Welcome to Skull and Globers episode 27. Let's get it.
Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get a grade. We schooling globers till they all awake. Schooling globers with diplomas and a chip on their shoulder. Debate is over, mind is sober, solar system disclosure. Can't go back once we heard the facts. We make a pact, never take the vax. Schooling ballers and the followers that give them their dollars. They try to holler in the chat that you're a fraud, not a scholar. They hating y'all, that's why they attack. The earth is flat no matter how much they laugh. Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get a grade. We schooling globers till they all awake.
All right, what's going on, familia? So we are, of course, on Earth Awakening's Discord. So there should be a QR code throughout the stream on all the other scenes, and there's a link in the description, and it'll take you straight to the room that we're in. So if you haven't seen the show before, I do a quick presentation and cover a subject, and then we open it up, and anyone that believes in the globe Earth or the heliocentric model gets priority. I did bring my glasses because sometimes I have to play the role of the globe Earther. So cool. If you want to participate after the presentation, just click the link. There will also be a QR code on the screen. I strongly encourage everyone to join the Discord just in general. It's a cool place to learn a lot of information and make some pretty cool connections. If you have any questions, you almost assuredly find the information there. Also, if you want to donate to the stream, the link is in the description. It's ko-fi.com/Witsit. That's KO-FI. It'll pop up on the screen and notify me, and then I'll read them off. YouTube reached back out to me a couple days ago, and then again today, to let me know that they are not going to give me my monetization back. And of course gave me no specificity. They said you can try again in April, so try to look at your channel and figure it out. And they said that it was harmful, sensitive content, so obviously they're being sufficiently vague so that I could never figure out what it is. Let's be real, I'm not just going to start deleting all my content, so whatever, that's the deal. Screw YouTube. You want to support the channel, want to support the stream, links in the description. ko-fi.com/Witsit. As well as other streams or other other avenues. All right, cool. So let's just get straight into it. I have just a couple slides with some questions. I want to walk the audience through a line of logic and show a couple visualizations in a video just to kind of make sure we understand it. And I know some people may be like, oh man, we're kind of talking about this again. But what I found out is we've gotten the globe Earth proponents very close to finally just conceding this point, and tonight is when we're just going to finish it. And oh, you're not hearing me this whole time. All right, sorry. Okay. Discord was just telling me they couldn't hear me. You guys probably heard them, actually. So, oh, they didn't. Okay, we got everything worked out now. I'll kind of recap what I was saying real quick. Is some of you guys may be like, oh man, we're kind of talking about this subject again, but I can tell that we're extremely close to getting the globe Earth proponents to conceding to this point, and tonight will be the night that it just is over. And so we won't have to really worry about it anymore. The way that I've set up the line of questioning, there is no way out of it. And so we can just kind of progress the conversation. So you guys will know what I'm talking about once we get started. Globers don't concede anything. Yeah, but like I said, the way I've set this up, there's really no way around it. I mean, now I will say what I have been getting is sophistry. So that's the use of fallacies with the intention of deceiving the audience, obfuscations, diversions, red herrings, etc. But of course, if you get that, I mean, you can never stop that from happening. You can never stop someone from intentionally like squirming away from honest concession, and that's okay. That's not the point. So let's just get into it. This is School and Globers, episode 27. So let me pop over here, and I'm going to share the presentation screen with Discord as well, so they get a better view of it. Like I said, it's only a couple screen slides. There's the QR code. If you can see to the YouTube, you see the QR code. If you guys are on an external device, you can scan that and pop right in to the Discord. Although I need to actually update that to the specific room that we're in. Okay, let's get into it. So here are a list of questions. Now, we've covered many different questions that we noticed clearly the globe earthers were not going to answer. If you want to go back to previous episodes, you will see questions like, can you provide exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun? Can you provide exclusive evidence that the Earth is 93 million miles away? Can radio waves propagate through this curvature of the Earth? And we briefly discussed, can Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics both be true? If you want to see those previous questions, they basically started to fill up the slides, and we kind of moved on instead of it being too redundant. And here are some questions that we're going to go through tonight. And tonight's show is going to be a bit different. I want a globe earther to go through all these questions with me, and they're typically binary questions, so it should be very quick if the person that you're talking to is honest. I created this for other people to be able to use as well. So the first question is, did Michelson-Morley debunk the ether? And of course, if I were to quickly Google Michelson-Morley experiment right now, you would get the Wikipedia page, and it would tell you that it disproved the ether. That back in the day, physicists believed in an archaic idea called the ether, and that was that light needed a medium to propagate through, and ether was the name that they gave that medium. And so they assumed that there must be an ether. They then did the Michelson-Morley experiment, and it disproved the ether. That is what Wikipedia will tell you, and that is what many pop sci articles will kind of tell you. This is really not covered outside of this arena, but as wild as that is, it's one of the most famous measurements ever. Changed all of physics. And every single globe Earth proponent basically says the answers that fall within the script. And so that's what this is for. I will say what happens, and I think that we should be patient with people that are newer to this subject, but they get kind of caught up in like the MC Tunes and FTFEs, right? I don't think that you want to prevent people from seeing them. That's kind of what the other side does, is prevents us from being seen, prevents our real argument from being seen, plasters the mainstream with straw man arguments. When we get into debates, they try to censor and prevent us from getting our point out. We obviously don't want to do that, but there is a downside. They start to learn these scripts that are patently incorrect, and simply it's just misinformation. To me, that's very frustrating. So I won't just vent about all that, but what I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to convert anyone to flat Earth. Many of us just researched this for many years. We went and tested the Earth. It is not a spinning globe. You can prove it to yourself. Some people cannot swallow it. But what I am motivated by is getting the information out so that everyone can see the truth and then decide for themselves. They are hiding, censoring, and misrepresenting the information, and so that's what this is about. Okay, there is the full intro. First question again is, did Michelson-Morley debunk the ether? That is what people say, just like we covered. So the next question is, okay, if someone says yes, is all that is needed to explain Michelson-Morley from within a heliocentric framework the removal of an ether? The next question is, can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path? And that is referred to as the Sagnac effect. And then, can this be done without an ether? Now, there is another slide with a few additional questions. Okay, so we're going to kind of go through this. When you ask someone, did Michelson-Morley debunk the ether? I'm just going to go ahead and say it like it is. All of them have been repeating the script that that's all that Michelson-Morley did, is debunk the ether. Had nothing to do with the motion of the Earth. Now, once we open it up, what I'll start doing is I'll pop up the actual PDF of the paper. It's called The Relative Motion of Earth in a Luminiferous Ether. We'll pop up Einstein. We'll go through a lot of this because, like I said, this stream is going to end it for good. There's no reason to have the discussion point people to this stream. It just is what it is. There is no way out of it. I found out that you have to create a very specific Socratic method with binary questions in order to force intellectual honesty. And, sometimes you have to be tactical, I guess. All right, so what I want to do is I want to show you guys a visualization of Michelson-Morley in case you are new to it. Now, I know most of you guys are not. What I found out is that even some of the people that have heard about it many, many, many times, and even quote-unquote flat earthers, right? There are groups of people that shut this measurement down for some reason within the community. Highly sus, to be honest. But I just want you guys to actually see the visualization. I think it's the easiest way to understand it. So I'm gonna share the screen. Hopefully we don't have any Google Chrome issues here. And I'll pop it up for the Discord. All right, so there's that. And then let me share it for Discord. Okay, so this is just a visualization of an interferometer. Okay, I think I have it sped up. Yep. All right, let's slow it down here. So you see what happens is you shoot a light beam. Nowadays we use lasers, of course, right? Now, at the time, Michelson-Morley lasers did not actually exist yet. But you shoot a light beam out, and what happens is it gets split. The reason that you do this is because to be able to use light to make measurement, in this way with interferometry, you want the light to be in the same phase, right? Of course, light is waving, right? Because waves aren't things, they're types of motion. And so you want it to be waving together so that you can ensure that your measurement is accurate when you go and look at the separation of the waves, quote unquote, the waving, right? And you will see what that means in just a second if you do not know. So what they do is they shoot out a single beam and then they split it. That way they can ensure that the beams are perfectly in phase with one another. So that's what we just saw, is it goes through a beam splitter. Okay, so they shoot out the light, goes through the beam splitter, and then it reflects off of silvered mirrors, right? And it comes back to the center and then comes over here to the receiver. And it's showing you that there's a difference between the two, and this is where the interference is. So again, you're going to have the light come out, get split, right? They go perpendicular to each other. Orthogonal. And then it comes back, recombines, and goes to the receiver, and you see it basically looks like what people have told us DNA looks like, right? That is called an interference pattern, right? Because since one of the light beams is behind the other one, they start to intersect with each other as they are waving. And this gives you a fringe shift, a fringe pattern, an interference pattern. So if you hear any of those terms, that's what it means. Now, This is one of the most precise forms of measurement that we know exists to this day, right? This is not a parlor trick. This is saying something like that is incredibly incompetent and ignorant. This is, to this day, the most precise form of measurement that we know anyone's ever invented. It's one of the most brilliant inventions ever. And honestly, you'll probably never be able to get a better invention in terms of measurement because light is, quote unquote, so fast, because I don't actually believe that light travels in reality, but we see it light up so quickly, right? That if you are to measure something, since it's so fast, you're able to get so little precise of measurements with that light. Okay, so anyway, the interference pattern is how you make measurements of motion, right? And so this is the visualization of an interferometer, which is used in MMX, which just stands for Michelson-Morley. Okay, so now that's... Oh yeah, I knew Google Chrome was going to start messing with me. It's pretty simple. And now, as it pertains to the globe Earth model and Michelson-Morley, as the Earth was flying around the sun, right, one of the light beams would have been moving a different direction in relation to the direction that the Earth was moving, which means that once they come back and recombine and go to the receiver, one of the light beams is going to be behind the other one because it had to travel further, in really crude layman terms, to catch up to the Earth that was moving. So one of the light beams has to catch up to the Earth while the other one does not. And the one that's having to catch up to the Earth is going to have to therefore travel further. And then that means it's going to take longer. Now, in reality, light does not travel. It's a rate of induction. It's an illumination rate. The perceived rate of illumination can be treated as if it is physical travel for intents and purposes, right? But for the intents and purposes of measurements, you can absolutely treat it like it has a speed. And that's actually what we're showing is the variance of that, kind of proving that it doesn't. And anyway, for those that normally say, oh, but Austin, they said there's not a speed of light. Oh, I thought you didn't believe in that. How can you use Michelson-Morley? Like I said, that's just an interpretive difference. We're going to set that aside. I'm putting this as simple as I can, so make sure that I at this point, I'm almost over having to repetitively talk about it, so I'm trying to thoroughly explain it one last time. It's probably the most important thing. You should see that NASA fake space, and then you should learn the history of this. I mean, some can argue that you should, look at long distance measurements and stuff, but I think this is very important. So, one of the light beams would have had to travel further because it would have had to catch up to the Earth that was moving underneath it, right? Therefore, it would have taken longer, right? It would have taken longer because it had to travel further. Very simple stuff. Since that's the case, once they start to go to the receiver together, they're going to start intersecting. You can measure how far apart they are. Measure the interference pattern to get an idea of how fast it is that the thing was moving, because you can see what's the difference in between those light beams, and that's going to tell you the difference in speed, or that's how fast something is moving. Really, the difference in time tells you how fast whatever it is moving. Okay, so now we're going to watch this. I'll go full screen, and I think that it's kind of important. I did almost show you guys that one, but we won't do it. But this is an important aspect of this conversation, certainly for the people that believe in the globe. I want them to understand their position and then point out the corrections, and then we're gonna continue on. So let me go full screen for the YouTube. And all right. So we'll just play it, and then I'll commentate on it. I'll speed it up just a little bit. It's only 4 minutes. And then we're just going to run back through the questions to make sure everyone's on the same page, and we're going to open it up. So we don't have much longer. I wanted to keep it kind of short. I know we've talked about this quite a bit if you're not new to the channel. All right. Yeah, guys, let me know in the YouTube if all of the audio works good. And again, If you want to donate to the stream, donate at ko-fi.com/Witsit. That's on the stream. I will read them all off. Don't think that I'm going to leave you hanging. And then I'll give you guys an update on the launch of the Misfits community. This will be the last stream that someone can sign up and get the perks of signing up before we launched it. Okay, let's go ahead and play it, and then we'll go from there.
A wave is a disturbance in some medium. Water waves are disturbances in water. Sound waves are disturbances in particles of air, water, or some solid. That's why you cannot hear your fellow astronauts scream in space. But what about light? What is its medium? Maybe it's air. But then light from the sun and distant stars reaches us, and it has to travel through the nothingness of space. Perhaps the space is not empty and is filled with some mysterious material which is present everywhere, even on Earth. And this is the medium for light. Let's call it something. How about ether? But ether is just our imagination until we can prove its existence. Let's try to prove it. We'll need to set up something like this. For this we'll need a light source, two fully reflective mirrors, a half reflective mirror. A half reflective mirror only reflects half of the light. The other half passes straight through it. We'll also need a detector which will...
Okay, so guys chill with, yeah, he's got an accent. You hear how the narrative is in the mainstream, right? Well, let's prove the ether. Let's try to prove the ether, okay? So that's why I'm playing this. I just want to give you guys another visualization, another explanation, just so everyone fully understands it. What I've found out is that globe earthers specifically, but also a lot of people that realize the Earth's not a globe, don't really even understand kind of like the basic mechanism. And once you understand it, you realize it's not a magic trick. It's nothing that's like incredible or confusing. Or, you hear certain terms, and if you're unfamiliar with it, it may be overwhelming. It's actually very simple, and it's very important. So we're gonna keep going. Of course, this guy is coming from this mainstream perspective. You heard him make a joke about astronauts in space. Okay, and we're gonna show exactly what's wrong with the mainstream narrative and just what the facts of the situation are. And actually, it doesn't require our opinion or my opinion, or that's just what Witsit says. It just requires basic logic, and we're going to walk through it after this video.
Reflective mirrors, a half reflective mirror. A half reflective mirror only reflects half of the light. The other half passes straight through it. We'll also need a detector which will detect the amount of light incident on it. The light source is placed at the bottom center of our setup. The half reflective mirror is placed at the center at a 45 degrees angle to the direction of light emitted from the source. The two reflective mirrors are placed at the right and at the top of our setup, making a 90-degree angle at the center. The mirrors are placed at exactly the same distance from the center. Let's emit a beam of light from the source. It will hit the half reflective mirror, which is placed at 45 degrees angle at the center of our setup. Half of the light passes through this mirror, and the other half gets reflected. The two mirrors, which are precisely at the same distance from the center mirror, reflect back the light towards the center again.
Okay, very important. The two mirrors that are at precisely the same distance away from the initial mirror that split the beam. Okay, so if you were to change the length of those, that wouldn't be doing the test the right way, right? You couldn't change the length of that. That defeats the whole purpose. What you're trying to see is there motion outside of the light beam's path? And the light beam's path are going to show you that there's motion because the links are the same. And I already see, even I think in the Discord, that we got some of the globers spiraling. This guy needs a pop filter. I'm probably just too close to the mic. That's my bad. Thanks for telling me. But I'm not going to get a mic filter, so a pop filter. Thank you to bringing this quote up, because it's a perfect exemplary quote to give you an idea of what's going on here. Quote, "If the Michelson-Morley experiment had not brought us into serious embarrassment, no one would have regarded the relativity theory as a halfway redemption." Now, if you believe the Earth is in fact a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and revolving around the sun, you should really soak that in. So what's he saying? Einstein says, if the Michelson-Morley experiment had not brought us into serious embarrassment, well, if it just disproved the ether, and all we have to do is throw out the ether. Why would that bring Einstein into serious embarrassment? What? Okay. If it wasn't for Michelson-Morley, no one would have even considered relativity as a halfway redemption. So then we can't just get rid of the ether to explain Michelson-Morley. He's saying that's the reason everyone considered relativity. So relativity absolutely has a direct connection to Michelson-Morley, according to the person that wrote relativity, right? As he also says that Michelson-Morley, the results of Michelson-Morley, is the first path which led me to special relativity. Okay, now it's important because, again, the script is, it had nothing to do with, Michelson-Morley has nothing to do with relativity, had nothing to do with the motion of the earth, and it just disproved the ether. And you should ask yourself, apply some pattern recognition and ask yourself, why does this test have to be so grossly misrepresented, right? Okay, continue. There's only a couple more minutes.
Here they combine as they head to the detector. Now, the point to note is, as the mirrors are placed exactly at the same distance, the light reflected from them will reach back at the exact same instant of time, and both the waves will get added together. Let's backtrack a little and see how waves get added. The higher point in the waves are called peaks, and the lowermost points the troughs. Let's say we have two similar waves which are in phase, which mean the peaks of one wave align with the peaks of the other wave. And similar,
there you go. You have the peak, you have the trough. If they're in phase, that means that the peaks both are lined up for both of the waves.
For the troughs. When we add these two waves, the peaks get added together, and so do the troughs, giving us a wave with higher peaks and lower troughs. This is called constructive interference and will enhance the final intensity of the resulting wave. But if the two waves are out of phase, the peaks of one align with the troughs of the other, and this results in the peaks cancelling the troughs. If they exactly cancel each other, the wave is destroyed and the intensity would be zero. Anything in between, we are going to see an interference pattern whose intensity would be between the in-phase addition and the out-of-phase addition. Now let's go back to our experiment. Let's assume the direction of the ether is horizontally to the left. The horizontal wave will get a boost while going towards the mirror due to the ether flow in the same direction, but will fade.
Okay, now this is where this guy has drank the Kool-Aid, okay? Now, there is some truth to what he's saying, right? And this is why I'm playing this video, because it's very important. I realize that some people didn't know some of the basics, and it's all good, no shame in that, okay? Especially with how this is misrepresented. So an interference pattern, we covered what that is where the light isn't perfectly in phase, right? And so you're going to have them overlapping, and the peaks and troughs are going to give you an interference pattern unless they perfectly cancel out, and then you cancel the wave out completely. If they're completely in phase, then it increases the peak and the trough, right? So the important part here is that he's talking about if there is an ether drift. Now just think about it. If you were swimming in a stream with the stream, you're going to have a little bit of a boost from the stream. But if you try to swim across the stream to the other shore, right, the other side of the stream, you're going to have to fight the momentum of the stream. So you're going to be going slower when you swim across it, and you're going to be going faster when you swim with the currents. Okay, and that is like a very simple, direct analogy of an ether drifting. Right? Okay.
Face resistance while coming back traveling against the ether. Overall, it will.
Someone says every flat earther has some YouTube video they want to post. But of course, I just quoted Einstein, and we're about to pull up his paper. But just so all the truthers know, and if you're new to this conversation, the cope with the Michelson-Morley is serious. Like, it's some very serious coping, which is why I find it insane that a flat earth or whatever say we shouldn't talk about it. I mean, they just start spewing random, just crazy stuff, and that should make you think, right? So that's why we're covering it and bearing it one final time.
Will take longer than the vertical wave, which faces no back traveling the mirror due to the ether flow in the same direction, but will filter out of phase addition. Now let's go back to our experiment. Let's assume the direction of the ether is horizontally to the left. The horizontal wave will get a boost while going towards the mirror due to the ether flow in the same direction, but will face a resistance while coming back traveling against the ether. Overall, it will take longer than the vertical wave, which faces no resistance but will get deflected towards the direction of the ether. To be precise, this is the time taken for the horizontal wave. And this is the time taken for the vertical wave, where v is the speed of ether relative to the earth. So the horizontal wave takes longer by this amount. So they would combine at slightly different times, which would result in two waves not being in phase. This would cause an interference pattern to be observed at the detector. If we keep rotating our setup, there would be a time when ether direction is horizontal and we should see the interference pattern. So we expect the detector to show varying intensities as we rotate our setup, but this does not happen. We can make two conclusions from this. Either the ether does not exist and light does not need a medium, or at the time we conducted this experiment, the ether's velocity relative to the earth was 0. But the earth is not still and it keeps moving. Let's wait for 6 months.
Okay, so of course, what did he just do? He excluded the possibility of the earth not moving. Right? That's a religious approach. Right? I will assume that the earth is moving. It isn't up for questioning. Therefore, we are automatically going to disregard any possible explanation that requires us to re-examine that assumption. That is, of course, not science, right?
But the earth is not still and it keeps moving. Let's wait for 6 months so that we can be sure the earth's velocity direction has changed and conduct this experiment again. So even after 6 months, the experiment does not show any interference pattern. The only conclusion we can make out of this is that ether does not exist and light does not need a medium.
Now, the reason I played the video, and I think it's awesome, and let me come back over to the PowerPoint and then come to the intermission. So the reason that I think that is perfect for what we're needing to do is, he said, so the only conclusion we can draw, let me change it for Discord as well, from the test after doing it 6 months later, is that there is no ether. And I guarantee you got globe earthers salivating, chomping at the bit. Even though a lot of them are wise enough to see I'm clearly setting them up. I'm not hiding it. I'm completely setting you guys up. There is no way out of it. I'm 100% confident that there's no way out of it. This line of questioning is a setup. It is in good faith because the intention is just to establish honesty. And this conversation seems to require very specific sequential binary questions to get to the bottom of it, because the propaganda and indoctrination is so strong around this subject. Again, you should ask yourself, why? Why is some test with light beams like gotta be so lied about, right? Like, that is super weird, right? That's kind of random. Now, again, this guy asserted the conclusion, the baseless conclusion, it's a baseless assertion, that all the globe earthers have been repeating for years, that Wikipedia says, that Neil deGrasse Tyson said whenever he was on like some mainstream TV show when he was asked about this. And he referred to it as the most famous failed experiment ever. Shout out Nickel Boy, thank you for the donation. I'll read them all off in a bit. And again, if you want to donate, you see it right there on the screen, kofi.com/Witsit. So this is about to put that to rest, okay? Let's go back through the questions. Let's see if that's true. What did the guy say? He said the only possible explanation is that there is no ether. And he said it as if that was all you had to do. It's like, oh, well, they were trying to test and prove the ether. If you throw the ether out, then you're good. That's all it did. It was just about the ether. Now, that is not correct. And we're going to get into all the specifics, because as I open it up, I'm going to start looking up and pulling up all the papers and pulling up all the quotes, and we're going to thoroughly bury it. Okay, now let's go back through the questions. Number 1, did Michelson-Morley debunk the ether? What did the video claim? Yes, it debunked the ether. That's the only possible explanation or why we didn't get an interference pattern. Now, side note, we did get one. That video is patently wrong. All you have to do is read the paper. I will go get it in just a second. They did get an interference pattern. So they expected to detect the orbit of the Earth, which was 30 kilometers a second. But the fringe shift they got was about 6 kilometers a second. So 1/5 the expected value. So 6 kilometers a second isn't zero like he showed, but we'll get into why they have to say that in just a second. Okay, so did Michelson-Morley debunk the ether? All the globe earthers will want to tell you yes. Yay, we got rid of the ether. The second question is all that is needed to explain Michelson-Morley from within a heliocentric framework the removal of an ether? And they will tell you yes, that just like that video did, right? Okay, now we're going to pause there and keep in mind that they say that's what Michelson-Morley did. That's all that you need to do to explain it. Okay, next question. Can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path? Now, I didn't want to bore you guys too much by playing a video explaining it. There doesn't seem to be a good one, and maybe we'll put one together at some point. And it has Sagnac effect in parentheses. Now, there was a subsequent test, a few years later, right? About 38 years later, I think 1925, and it's called Michelson-Gale-Pearson, and that's where they set up an interferometer, and they made a prediction based on the sidereal rotation, right? Which is a fancy way of saying star rotation. So their prediction matched the results within 98% accuracy. So what we did was we set up an interferometer and we see the sky spin. Of course, the globe model claims that we see the stars spin every day, every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds to be specific. And that's actually an illusion. The stars aren't spinning. We're spinning and just cannot tell that we're spinning. And it makes the stars look like they're spinning. The interferometer detected that phenomena within 98% accuracy. That's why the fact that there's a group of flat earthers that just ignore this as wild, what are the odds, right? That the interferometer kept showing an interference pattern that basically perfectly measured this phenomena. So we have two options, right? Is this interferometer detecting an actual drift that's connected to the spin of the stars in the sky over top of a stationary Earth? Or is it detecting the spin of the Earth that makes the stars look like they're moving? Now, the globe model, of course, claims that you are detecting the rotation of the Earth in that test. They actually use this exact effect. It's called the Sagnac effect. I don't even say that word right, I don't think. Sagnac. Right? They use it to engineer ring laser gyroscopes. So the claim is that the Sagnac effect shows you that the Earth is rotating. We use ring laser gyros. They use interferometers, and they show that the Earth is rotating. Now, again, we showed you how it does that, right? Because you get an interference pattern. There's a displacement of the light based on the motion. So it detects the motion, supposedly in this situation, of the Earth spinning underneath the interferometer. That gives you an interference pattern, and you're able to detect the motion of the Earth. I'm trying not to go fast. Some people, if people are asking why I'm talking slower, it's because I don't want to get going too fast. Okay. So, as a globe Earth proponent, of course, you must answer this question yes. In fact, confidently so. You should say, yeah, of course, we can detect the rotation of the Earth with ring laser gyroscopes, right? So, can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path, i.e., the Sagnac effect? Yes. The answer is yes. Regardless of what you think about the Earth, it's just a fact. You can prove it. And not just with that, you can prove it by just putting an object over there and measuring it as well. You can prove it. Okay. So next question. Can this be done without an ether? Well, the globe Earth would have to say, of course, because they think that the ether has been debunked. They don't think there is an ether. Yet they are claiming that the interferometer is detecting the motion of an object in a curved path. In this scenario, the Earth that they believe is a globe that spins, right? So then you would have to say, yes, an interferometer can detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path without an ether. right? Okay, so very simple stuff. This is what typically would be answered here. Did Michelson Morley debunk the ether? Yeah, of course, everyone knows that. Should I put the glasses on? I'll put the glasses on. Did Michelson Morley debunk the ether? Yeah, of course it did. Stupid flurf. We already know that there is no such thing as the ether. Michelson Morley debunked it. That's all it was about. Okay. Is that all that's needed to explain Michelson Morley from within a heliocentric framework? The removal of an ether. Is that all that's needed? Yeah, of course. Just like the video said, all that it proved was our only option was that there is no ether, and that explains why we didn't get the interference pattern. That's why we got 0, because there is no ether. That explains it. There's no problem. They were just trying to detect the ether. They weren't able to prove the ether because they didn't get an interference pattern, so it debunked the ether. That's all that Michelson Morley did. It had nothing to do with the motion of the Earth. It had nothing to do with anything else. All it did was disprove the ether. Okay. Can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path, like the Sagnac effect? Yeah, of course. That's how we detect the rotation of the Earth with ring laser gyros. It detects the object, in this case of the Earth, spinning, and that's how we know that the Earth is a rotating globe, because we use the Sagnac effect, which is interferometry, to measure the motion of the rotation of the Earth, right? Which gives us an interference pattern. Okay, can this be done without an ether? Yeah, of course, because we just covered that the ether's been disproven, and that's all Michelson Morley was about. So, if you can't see, obviously, I put my glasses on. I'm giving you the globe Earth answers that are typically stated, although those are all incorrect, or most of them. Now, let's move to the next page now that we've established. Yes, I did cover that 3 times. Yes, you would probably be amazed that I have to cover it probably another 10 more times, although the odds are that none of these people will even jump on and defend it. We have a bunch of people, being keyboard warriors. We'll see if they'll come on now. Okay, here are the next list of questions. Is the Earth moving in a curved path around the sun? Well, of course, aren't we supposed to believe that the Earth is a ball that orbits around the sun? I thought that was just a fact and everyone knows it, and the solar system's super real. So let's see a quick little video. So again, the question is the Earth moving in a curved path around the sun? Now, of course, you can go ahead and move down to the other questions. Let me just pop this up. This is supposedly what the Earth is. Sorry, Discord, you can't see, just a depiction. Well, actually, let me show the Discord as well. Yeah, I can't believe I have to do this either, guys. Trust me. The question is, does the Earth move in a curved path around the sun? Well, what is this? What is that? Does that look like the Earth is moving in a curved path around the sun? Well, if the Earth is moving around the sun, it's in a curved path, right? That's what around means. So they would say, well, but this is not realistic. We're from an outside reference frame looking at it, right? But okay, the Earth is moving in a curved path around the sun if it's actually orbiting around the sun, right? I know that it sounds like, why are we having to cover such basic things? You would be amazed. I'm trying to get it all out of the way, right? I wouldn't be surprised if people are scared, though, but we'll see. All right, here we go. Next question. The answer is, of course, according to them, yes. Okay. Can interferometry be used to detect an object moving in a curved path with or without an ether? That is basically the same question we just had to ask, though, right? Like, we just had to ask this question, right? Like, can we use an interferometry to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path like the Sagnac effect? So, is the Earth moving in a curved path around the sun? Yes. Can interferometry be used to detect an object moving in a curved path with or without an ether? They would have to say yes. Did the interferometer in Michelson Morley detect the assumed orbit of the Earth? No. That's where they would say, oh, it wasn't about the motion. It didn't detect it. They expected a fringe shift based on 30 kilometer per second orbit of the Earth. It didn't detect it. So the answer is no. Okay. Would removing the ether alone explain the results of Michelson Morley? The answer has to be no if you followed all the rest of the questions. Because you have to acknowledge that an interferometer will detect an object moving in a curved path, right? If with or without an ether, Michelson Morley was an interferometer, that did not detect the motion of the Earth, an object moving in a curved path, an orbit. So if we throw the ether out, it still should have detected it. So just throwing the ether out alone wouldn't explain it. Or then we couldn't invoke the Sagnac effect as being able to detect the motion of the Earth rotating. Very simple stuff, I think. Okay, so now, then the next question is, did Michelson-Morley debunk Newtonian mechanics? This is the problem. This is the question that most of them have a major problem with. They have a problem with this whole thing. I just wanted to, oh, you guys probably can't even see the questions too great. I'll show the PowerPoints for you later. You can take screenshots so you guys can have it. All right, did Michelson-Morley debunk Newtonian mechanics? Well, of course. If Newtonian mechanics is the explanation for the orbital mechanics of the Earth in the heliocentric model, it says that an object will continue in a straight path unless an outside force acts upon it. That's Newton's first law of motion. Well, since we just saw that the Earth is supposedly moving in a curved path around the sun, according to Newton, there has to be a force acting on the Earth to remove it from its straight path, right? That force in Newtonian mechanics is gravity. Newtonian gravity. So Newtonian mechanics would say that there is a force, gravity, acting on the Earth, pulling it around the sun, causing it to move in a curved path. If that was true, and we were moving in an actual curved path, and while we're on the Earth, there's a force that's pulling us away from our straight path, causing us to curve around the sun, then if we put an interferometer on the Earth, as we're moving in a curved path, we're going to be able to detect that motion because we're moving in an actual curved path around the sun. Now, since we just now covered that we didn't detect the alleged orbit, we didn't get the interference pattern consistent with 30 kilometers per second, that interferometers can be used to detect an object moving in a curved path with or without an ether. That means we can no longer use Newtonian mechanics and its orbital mechanic claim to claim the Earth is orbiting the sun. Because if Newtonian mechanics was true, the interferometer would have detected it. So the answer, did Michelson-Morley debunk Newtonian mechanics? The answer is, objectively, yes. Okay, and then the follow-up question. I'll be surprised if we get people to seamlessly walk through there, but after I've given all the answers and explained it and showed that there's no way out, you would think that this would be a really easy stream, but we'll see what happens. If relativity is required to explain Michelson-Morley by explaining the orbit of the Earth cannot be detected, would a consistent detection of motion falsify heliocentrism? That's a tough one for you guys. If relativity is required to explain Michelson-Morley by explaining the orbit of the Earth cannot be detected with the interferometer, would a consistent detection of motion falsify heliocentrism? The answer is yes, because relativity claims that you cannot detect the motion of the Earth moving through space. So if you are to consistently detect motion, then that would refute heliocentrism, because now you don't have the relativistic orbit, and now you don't have a Newtonian orbit. Now you don't even have a mechanical claim to explain the Earth is moving around the sun. And you have physical empirical measurements of immense precision, over 10x more sensitive than needed to be to detect the alleged orbit, showing that there is no orbit. Okay. So that's it. I'm going to stop there. I won't show the other video. I'm going to run back through the questions really quickly. Sorry, I know some people were like, I encourage any Glober that wants to answer the questions, or any heliocentrist that thinks that they can answer the questions, go ahead, raise your hand. We'll bring you up on the stage. If you're in the YouTube or you're watching on Rumble or Rockfin, if you see that QR code, if you're watching on like a laptop or a TV or anything, you can pull your phone out, scan that QR code. It'll bring you right into the Discord room that we're in. If not, if you don't have a Discord, you can quickly sign up. Join Earth Awakening is a good place to be anyway. Trust me, it's cool people. And then you can also click the link in the description, and the link in the description will take you straight to this room. so that you can join the conversation. Now, we'll end up opening the floor up to other people, but we do want to give priority to the people that believe that the Earth is in fact a globe that spins and revolves around the sun. We are actually discussing specific evidence that refutes that indisputably. And so I want to give you guys a chance to tell us why we're wrong about it. And cool, that's it. If you want to donate to the stream, donate at kofi.com/Witsit. And I will read those off in just a moment. So, actually, you guys heard the questions. So we'll wait until someone comes on. If not, then we'll start. One of us will have to play the Glober or something. But let's just wrap it up there because I know that was really redundant. I will say I didn't want to add too much to the stream because I wanted to make sure that we got it all covered. I will say this real quick before I open it up. If you go to Kofi.com, you'll see that you can either send in a donation with a message, and I'll read it off. You can also sign up for one of the 5 tiers. You have water, fire, air, earth, ether, and those are monthly subscriptions. This is the last stream that you will be able to subscribe as a miswit, and then you'll get the exclusive perks that we're about to release for the community. After today, you can still, of course, be a miswit, but you just won't get like the exclusive merch and a couple other things that I'm not gonna say yet. That's a surprise. So the community will be launched soon. You can sign up there. Don't say I didn't give you a heads up. All right, that is it. I'm going to go ahead and open it up and see if... Now, let me go ahead and lay the parameters of the stream out. We're not going to just ignore these questions and bring up other questions. Oh, but if the Earth is flat, then what about earthquakes? Oh, what about me hijacking optical observations and claiming they're physical and ignoring that the vast majority of the time it doesn't even match my physical claim, but then I beg the question of the R value with the category error and then fluctuate it and claim that refraction is always what I need it to be without a predictable testable equation. No, we're not doing that. What we're doing is discussing this subject because this is the end of it. After this stream, there should be no more questions asked. It is what it is. You have to concede that Michelson-Morley did not strictly disprove the ether, that claiming the ether does not completely explain the results of Michelson-Morley. You can't just get rid of the ether and then it explains it. You can't claim it had nothing to do with the motion of the Earth. And you have to also concede that Michelson-Morley debunked Newtonian mechanics and you cannot use it for your orbit anymore. Then for the cherry on top, we'll talk about the actual measurements that show we are detecting motion when Einstein said that we cannot. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up. And I see we got Jesse up here. We got Geo. I don't see, it just says E. Shane, Toby, Alan, Jeremy. So shout out to the legends that are on the panel or on the stage. If you guys, I'm just going to open it up. You guys say whatever you want to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start going and grabbing a couple of the PDFs. So we'll have them to pull them up and go find a couple of the important quotes. And I kind of want this stream to really be the end of it. So we're gonna really go through a lot of it. Hopefully some Globers will participate and everyone should be respectful, no interruptions, ideally. And that way it can be an edifying stream for everyone. So we can make sure we clear up any possible confusion that seems to still exist. So, all right, nice. Cool. What's up to the panel?
I'm digging the setup, to be honest. So if I get this straight, after tonight, if they don't concede, then you can't have heliocentrism because you can't have the tenet. I don't understand how you could be that after tonight.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, there's really no way out, to be honest.
Jesse, did you have an answer to this, or?
Whoa, there we go. To which question specifically?
Is the PowerPoint showing on for the Discord? Yeah.
No, it just says Schooling Globers, episode 27.
Okay. You can see it now? You can see it now, right?
Yes. Now I can.
Okay. So it's a list of sequential questions. You want to go through them?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Let me make this a full screen as well. There we go. All right. Did Michelson-Morley debunk the ether?
I don't know exactly what that meant to them at the time. It wasn't what they were expecting, but I really don't know enough about what ether meant to them at that time to answer yes or no on that one.
Okay. It was a medium that light propagated through. And I guess the question more precisely is, for the heliocentric model to be true, do you have to get rid of the ether to explain the results of Michelson-Morley?
Which results?
The results of Michelson-Morley, bro.
You mean the fact that they got something other than perfect zero fringe shift?
No. The fact they didn't detect the orbit. If the Earth was moving through an ether, then we should be able to detect the motion.
Unless the ether was moving with the Earth, right?
But it can't move with the Earth in a rotation and a wobble and an orbit flying through the galaxy that then flies through space. That would be physically impossible.
Well, aren't there two kinds of ether, though?
Oh, man. Is there anyone
Because
else?
when they do ether drag tests, it seems that if they do it inside a building or inside a metal container, that reduces the ether wind, right?
All right, let's just go through the questions. Did Michelson-Morley debunk the ether? You're saying you don't know what it meant to them. I told you what it meant. Your answer is still that you don't know.
I really don't know what exactly ether is defined as. I don't know how to test for it, and so I really don't know, and I also don't know the exact results that they got, so I really don't know how to answer that. It's like if you say, did something debunk X? Well, if I don't know what X is, how am I going to know if something debunked X, right?
No, not right. I told you what X is. It's like me saying X is 5 and then you going on about how you don't know what 5 is. So it's a background medium that light propagates through according to them at the time. There was supposedly an ether that light propagated through. They then took that assumption with the assumption of the Earth orbiting and said, okay, well, then our interferometer should be able to detect the Earth orbiting through the ether.
Okay, so I think this would be my answer. They demonstrated that either there was no ether or that it didn't work the way they thought it did.
Okay. Second question. Is all that is needed to explain Michelson-Morley from within a heliocentric framework the removal of an ether?
Is all that is needed to explain Michelson-Morley from within a heliocentric framework the removal of an ether? I don't think so. I'm not sure I understand the question, but if I do, I think the answer is no.
So we have to offer additional explanations other than just removing the ether?
Well, refresh our memories. Are we talking about the added the added time of flight for the light taking the longer path in the arm that is perpendicular to the direction of travel?
The path should have all been the same. They're all the same distances. But the reason they thought there'd be a difference is if the Earth is orbiting, then there would be a greater distance for one of the light beams because the Earth is moving. Obviously, the distance between the mirror and the other mirrors are the same, right? So, like, did you see the video that we played?
Yes. So,
Okay.
in your words, why would the Michelson-Morley interferometer show absolutely?
my brother, I want you just to answer the questions. I don't know. Just go ahead and let me throw this out there. If there are any other globe earthers that want to jump on and run through the questions, go ahead. You can raise your hand as well. It's just a simple question, Jesse, man. Right? It's like, it's just yes or no. The video we watched, the guy obviously claimed that what the Michelson-Morley did was disprove the ether. They waited 6 months later and still didn't get the detection of the orbit. So they said, okay, the only way to, this is what he said, the only way to explain it is to remove the ether. And
Well,
that it,
correct me if I'm wrong, but never mind ether. I think the theory is that the Michelson-Morley interferometer, due to the diagonal and longer path of the light in the arm that was perpendicular to the direction of travel, is what they expected to cause a fringe shift. Is that right?
yes, the light path would have been different for one of the light beams because the Earth was traveling. Yeah.
Which beam would have been affected? The one that was in the direction of the travel, or the one that was perpendicular?
The one that is going against the motion is going to have to travel further. This is not. I just want to get through the list of questions. Okay.
Just go to the
My
next
goodness.
one.
Yeah, you can't answer either one of the first ones. Can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path, like the Sagnac effect?
It depends on if the platform that the laser ring gyro is on is also rotating, or if it's maintaining a straight heading. In other words, you could be on a train that was going around a curve, and your laser ring gyro would be showing the angular component of that curve if it was solid to the train. But if you started, if you were curving to the right 1 degree per minute, and you started curving the gyro to your left 1 degree left per minute relative to the train, so that there was no actual net rotation to the gyro, then it would not measure the angular speed or the linear speed of the train. It never measures the linear speed of the train. Right?
Am I able to say something?
Yeah. But I'm just real fast. I'm posting a poll on YouTube that says, "Should I cut Jesse off?" And the options are yes, he's acting in bad faith, and the second option is no, it's informative. What's the other person that want to say something?
Oh, that was me. I was just curious if you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Well, you asked a question. It was a yes or no question first off, so it's either yes or no, not a big long explanation. And the answer, I believe, is yes.
Yeah, of course. And that's why I just listed the poll, because all three of the questions were responded to in bad faith. So these are specifically close-ended binary questions to avoid the very thing that Jesse's doing. But I will say to the audience, there is some benefit where you can see what I told you would happen. You have to kind of start getting like these desperate tactics and stuff like that. I'm not really trying to be ugly to him. I'm just explaining that that's kind of what happens. And that's why you guys should take screenshots of. It's so cool because the screenshots are going to have your Discord in it, Geo. So if it circulates, it'll still have Earth Awakens. Anyway, so that you can know how to run people through their questions. So,
well, is what I said true though? Would the Sagnac interferometer measure any motion of the train if you were counteracting the
Jesse, Jesse, if you keep doing it, I'm just going to have to mute you, right? The question is not complicated. It says moving in a curved path. I specifically wrote the question that way to avoid the sophistry that you're currently participating in, right? It says moving in a curved path. You then don't answer the yes or no question and start talking about something moving in a straight path. Now, I know, obviously, since we've actually had this discussion very recently, for the audience that doesn't know, the point that you want to shove in here, no one's afraid of the point, but it isn't the point, right? And sophistry is the use of fallacious arguments with the intention to deceive the audience. That is what you were doing, my friend. It isn't going to work here. You should know better.
I said nothing of a straight path.
We're not talking about anything on a, yeah, you're talking about on a train. You are absolutely trying to work in a linear path because we had the discussion earlier today. So
No,
you're not.
train on a curved path. But the Sagnac,
Dude, you're not going to start asking questions again, Jesse. Can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path like the Sagnac effect? The answer in your paradigm is yes. Supposedly, we can use it to detect the rotation of the Earth with a ring laser gyroscope.
no, the answer is that it only measures the angular rate, not the linear rate.
And
thus
then,
the path
he
is
was,
irrelevant.
guys, remember he wasn't going to talk about something being in a straight path. Remember that? That's not what it was about. And then you immediately went to a linear path.
No, I'm
A
talking
linear
about the
rate.
tangential. When I said linear velocity, I'm talking about the tangential, the linear component of the circular path, right?
Are there any other Globers that will actually answer the questions? It's actually pretty elementary. He's not answering the questions. He's asking me questions.
I'm just trying to understand the debate. It sounds like the debate is the difference between sorry, can I detect relative motion, right? So this corner of a ring laser gyroscope versus that, right, rotating towards or away from itself, or can I detect absolute motion, like me moving from A to B but ignoring anything else? So it's like, can I tell a car is moving without measuring the wheels on the road? And like, yeah, I could, but I'd be measuring from A to B. I'd be doing a relative measurement. And is that kind of the question? I feel like that's the question.
No.
And that's the difference between linear and rotational.
No.
And I can test rotational.
No.
And a curved path, I think, is a linear. I'm going from A to B because rotational path is just on your own axis. So it's a linear path, but it is also a path that curves. So you could count that as rotation about its axis. So could you measure something while going on a curved path? Yes. Could you measure the length of that path with interferometry? That to me is the question. So if I go from A to B, can you tell me how far I got?
Eggshells, please stop talking. Thank you. That to me is the question. I'm going to come onto the show where you have specific questions that are very simple binary questions that anyone operating in good faith would just answer and tell you that, no, I have a question I think is better. And to me, that's the question. And that's after the other person avoided the question.
I can answer your question.
Eggshells, you're on my show. I'm in the middle of talking, dude. I will just mute you. Okay. Now, I want to point out to the audience that I'm being super chill. I have just some questions that I want them to answer, right? So that we can get to the logical conclusion of the questions. And you see that both people that have spoke up so far, who are definitely not new to this conversation, are immediately implementing tactics to change the conversation to avoid the binary questions. Now, it's actually good, though, that they did that. It's a learning experience.
To avoid questions.
It's a learning experience.
Bad to avoid questions.
Actually, are you going to make me mute you, man? So
you're just filibustering now, man.
I'm filibustering. It's my stream, dude. You're muted. Okay, I'll unmute you in a second. So just to explain to you guys see how quickly they can make you just like they kill the whole vibe. It's crazy. The reason that I'm pointing this out to you guys, hopefully the mic sounds good, is you see it is beneficial for you guys to see kind of what starts to happen, right? It's just a list of simple questions. You could answer them and go through them in less than 20 seconds and then bring up whatever additional point you thought was relevant to it or whatever. But if they listened to the presentation, they saw that there are implications of these questions and they want to avoid those. They want to avoid the implications. Now, I don't even know that they are necessarily doing that or understand it, but anyway. I want someone to go through the questions who believe the Earth is a globe going through space around the sun. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Now I'm going to pop back over here off the camera. What's up?
So I'm not sure if like I count necessarily. I am on the fence. Is that close enough?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess because we obviously can't get anyone else to do it. So I'll get. What I will do is I'll give Eggshells one more chance because But Eggshells, are you willing to actually entertain the questions I have typed out for the show in the order that I have them typed out? Or are you insistent that you just put your point in there over it? I unmuted you, but it still says you're muted. So okay. That's crazy. Are there not any other globe earthers? Let me call some out here. Maybe I shouldn't call them out. I guess you can. It's more ideal that a globe earther does, to be honest, but you saw what was happening. I can't even get the questions answered. I guess well, I'll be honest, the poll wasn't as open as closed. You would think 34% of people wanted Jesse to stay on because they thought it was informative and telling to the audience. So, and people, I went real fast. Let me go. Like, people were like complaining or whatever. It's like, well, no, it's not that I'm censoring them or anything. It's like he was interrupting. And my point is that we have very simple questions, man. There's a subject for the stream. There's a format to the stream. It isn't super complicated. So I think both of you guys are unmuted. I don't care if either one of you guys choose to answer the question. If any other Globers want to try to answer the question, you guys are open to. I don't care if it's a group participation and answer the questions. If you also want to answer the questions, I think I just see your name. Your screen name is E, but you can also do it.
Angelot.
Okay.
Angelot.
Okay. So again, the first question is, this is from a heliocentric believer's viewpoint, right? Did Michelson Morley debunk the ether? And let me point this out just for the audience to make sure we know exactly what's going on. Well, for about 7 years now, they not only have answered that question, yes, they've boldly beat on their chest about it, mocked and ridiculed flat earthers, made fun of them because they didn't understand Michelson Morley, and then just scoffed at the mere notion that someone would ever believe in the ether because we disproved it in 1887 with Michelson Morley. Everyone knows there's not an ether. All that Michelson Morley did was disprove the ether. And they've gone around saying that for years. I mean, up until like just the last few days, right, and a little bit longer when I started really pushing this point and it started rippling through the community. Now, all of a sudden, we have a whole new approach to the conversation where now we are using sophistry, avoiding the question, and we're not boldly beating on our chest anymore about it. So it's like pretty telling. I don't know what happened, but we just played the mainstream video for you guys where they're saying, oh, it disproved the ether. You can go look it up on Wiki. It says that. You can listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson's video. It says that. You can go listen to MC Toon, FTFE, Red's Rhetoric, any of these anti-flat earthers on YouTube. They've all been saying it, and you can listen to countless hours of Earth Awakenings recordings of them all saying it for years now. Okay, now if you no longer are going to say that, that's fine, but I know that it's bad faith for you all of a sudden to say, oh, well, I don't know what they thought it was. Well, I've heard every single one of you say that it disproved ether. It is funny, though, you guys see that they would only be having to do this if they're like afraid of the argument, I think. But okay, so all that to say, we're gonna open it back up because I do want there to be some participation. I don't really feel like I'm being a jerk though. I'm letting my chat kind of give me feedback, or if anyone thinks I am out of line or something. But I think it's kind of disrespectful to intentionally avoid them and try to get gotchas in and start asking me questions when I just want to go through the questions. It's very unfortunate that we can't get through that.
All right, let's do it. Let's go through those questions, starting with one.
Okay. All right. First question is, did Michelson Morley debunk the ether? Well, I'll rephrase it. According to the mainstream heliocentric model, did Michelson Morley debunk the ether? Anyone, any of you three that want to answer the question? It's not a complicated. Okay, you know what? We clearly have to do it again, guys. We have to be that someone's a baller. How crazy is that? We actually have to do it. Okay.
Was that a yes, you said, eggshells, or a no?
I don't know. I unmuted him a long time ago. For some reason, it's still showing that he's got the mute symbol.
Oh.
Okay. Do you guys want me to be a baller and then you guys can ask the questions, or do one of you want to be the baller? Obviously, the ballers are incapable of participating in good faith at the moment. Not particularly surprising.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a phone call and like it disrupted the whole thing, so I had to like start it all over. I'm a willing participant. Let's So the question was, I ended up missing it because of the phone call.
Yeah. According to the mainstream heliocentric model, did Michelson-Morley debunk the ether?
Yes.
Okay. And to be specific, it would have debunked a stationary ether.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so you guys know
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
nuance. Yeah, like kind of like Jesse said, oh, well, the ether could be moving with the Earth or something. That wouldn't actually work for many reasons, because it would have to be rotating with the Earth and tilted wobbling with the Earth, 4 different wobbles at the same time while it revolves with the Earth, while that goes through the galaxy. And obviously, a background medium called an ether cannot move in all those vectors at the same time. That doesn't even make sense.
No, that doesn't make sense. That's preposterous.
Yeah, so from a heliocentric paradigm, you would have to say that it debunks ether. So next question is all that is needed to explain Michelson-Morley from within a heliocentric framework the removal of an ether? So to put that as simple as possible.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, there you go. That is what they normally say. Now, I'll just go ahead and tell you that that's not the right answer, but we're going to get into why. So I actually am glad you said yes. Okay. Because we're going to use this as an example. So we got no.
Yeah, I don't agree with that one too.
Yeah, but
they had to remove the ether to save the heliocentric model.
That's correct. But
so that's why it's yes.
Yeah, well, no, but the question is specifically, is that all that's needed to explain Michelson-Morley? Because that's what people claim, right? They say, oh, well, when they had to remove the ether to save the heliocentric model, and that's all they had to do. But actually, that is not all they had to do, right? Einstein had to come in and change all of physics. They couldn't just remove the ether, right? It was way more of a big deal than that. But for intents and purposes, let's stick with your first answer so that we can go through the process of how it normally would go with most of these globers for about 7 years now. And this is actually beautiful. We're seeing the changing of the tide, and all of a sudden we're seeing these veteran globers start to change their argument that they've been saying for 7 years. And that's kind of my point is, after this specific approach is implemented, there's no going back. All right. So the next question is, can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path?
Yes.
Correct. Like the Sagnac effect, or what we use ring laser gyroscopes for. Of course, the globe model claims that we do that to detect the rotation of the Earth. In fact, for years, we've been told that's one of the primary evidences or proofs that the Earth is rotating, is that the ring laser detects its rotation by using an interferometer and the Sagnac effect to detect the object moving in a curved path. So, yes, that's the correct answer. Okay, can this be done without an ether? It's kind of a trick question, honestly. Yo, I know, like Shane and Alan and Toby, you guys know this is low key an unintentional trick question.
Can I respond to
that? Yes.
Well, if it can be done without ether, then it can be done without ether. If it can't be done without ether, then it can't be done without ether.
Okay, thank you for your non-answer, Jesse, man. Like, I don't... What are you doing, bro?
No,
anyway,
the point I'm making is that it can be done. If it needs ether, then we know that ether exists. If it's doing it without ether, then we know that it doesn't need ether.
Jesse, will you just take a stance, please, dude?
It's just weird. It's almost impressive.
So can it be done without an ether is what the question is.
Yeah.
I need to be slightly more familiar with the gyroscope. I'm gonna say no.
Okay. The reason I say it's kind of a trick question is because I would also say no, but for different reasons, right? It's because if the Earth's not moving, then what are we detecting, right? And
I would think it could be done without an ether.
You would certainly think you guys would say that without any hesitation, because your model claims that there is no ether. Within your model, that ether cannot exist. And you guys also claim that we detect the rotation of the Earth with a gyroscope, which means for a heliocentric proponent, you would have to say, yes. You would have to say, can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path? Yes, we do that with ring laser gyros. It supposedly detects the rotation of the Earth. Can that be done without an ether? You would say, yes, of course. Because from my paradigm, the ether was debunked, right? There is no ether. Of course, it can be done because it's done every day. It's done all the time. Okay, so an interferometer can detect the motion of an object in a curved path without an ether. It doesn't matter if with or without an ether, the interferometer can detect that object moving in a curved path. Okay. Let's move to the next page. All right. Is the Earth moving in a curved path around the sun? Now, to clarify, obviously, I'm asking someone who is coming from a heliocentric perspective. So I know you said you're on the fence.
Didn't he say something like it's falling or some crap like that? Like it's falling around the sun in a curved path? And it's falling in a straight line in a curved path or some weird, something like that.
Yes. But this is why this is also a trick question. Let me.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even mean to make them trick questions, to be honest. They just kind of have these side little benefits of being trick questions. But so, yeah, you're right. Einstein came up with a new idea of how the orbit works, right? Now, so the answer is still yes, right? But for the current model and relativity, it requires like a nuanced explanation, right? Which would be like, well, no, not from the Earth, but yes, from a different reference frame outside the Earth. So the current model claims the Earth is curving, but not curving.
So how did they prove that?
That's the $1 million question, my brother. But let's just hold off on that one. So the point is that in the heliocentric model, yes, the Earth is moving in a curved path, right? Because it's curving.
Okay.
It's orbiting around the sun. So if
it has to be curved.
Yeah, exactly. If an object's going around something else, it's curving. And that nuance we'll get into in just a second, right? But okay, so the answer is yes.
Maybe it's doing a perfect square. No, just kidding.
Okay. Touche. So then the next question is, can interferometry be used to detect an object moving in a curved path with or without the ether? Now that may sound redundant because it is, and it's because you literally have to sneak it back in there to make sure we're still on the same page in real life application. What I've learned is that when you do this in real life with people that are very zealous for the globe, we'll say, you have to remind them of their previous answer at this point. So, Jesse, you were going to say something. The question is, can interferometry be used to detect an object moving in a curved path with or without an ether?
With or without. In other words, either way. Or
yeah.
Well, it can be used to detect the angular motion of an object, but it does not have to be moving along a path, and moving along a path does not change whether or not it's detecting the angular. If it's turning at 15 degrees an hour, it'll measure 15 degrees an hour whether it's sitting still and turning or moving along a curved path and turning it.
Does the question say that it can only happen if it's moving on a path, Jesse?
Well, that was my answer.
Does the question say that?
Well, it mentions a path, so it's kind of ambiguous. And so I just wanted to point out it would measure the angular component, but not the tangential component.
Oh, you wanted to just point out a non sequitur to, again, not answer the question in good faith, even though it's a very simple binary question. That's the translation of what you
wanted
just
to point out that you didn't want to answer the question.
Yeah, exactly. So it says, can interferometry be used to detect an object moving in a curved path with or without an ether? So it's giving you a specific example of an object that is moving in a curved path. So to say, well, it can also detect something that's not. That's just literally not relevant. It's just sophistry. It's just sophistry. I don't need your input. Thank you, Jesse. So the answer is yes. And of course, it's painful that we're even having issue with it because, like I said, this is just a repeat of the question that we just asked, right? Which is, can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path, like the Sagnac effect, which the globe proponents claim is used to detect the rotation of the globe with ring laser gyros? And then we said, can this be done without an ether? And the person said, yes, of course, we do it every day. That's what the heliocentric proponent would have to say. I then flip the page here, ask one more question in between. Is the Earth moving in a curved path around the sun? The answer is yes. You could be like, yes, but no, it's moving in a curved path, but it's not, or whatever. And then I just asked the combination of the previous two questions at that point, which is, can interferometry be used to detect an object moving in a curved path with or without an ether? And the answer has to be yes. Okay. Okay. You guys see
That
how
makes sense. I see what you're, I see exactly what you did. That makes complete sense.
Yeah,
Well,
you guys
you're selectively using it prior to now is all. Like now they're not doing that for some. But
because if you say no to that last question, then it's like, well, then how did you know that the Earth is curving around the sun?
Called selective.
You know?
You guys see how I had to make it this way?
That was brilliant, man.
I had to.
Very good. They always try to worm out.
It's crazy, yeah. What's up?
Can you
We hear you, Eggs.
Oh, is Eggs talking?
Eggs is talking, and we can hear him, but you can't. Did you turn him down?
Oh, okay. I get it now. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been trying to talk for ages. You were talking over me.
I'm sorry. I accidentally. I went to server unmute you, and I guess I accidentally. Yeah, you were muted on my personal end somehow.
That's what I said. I said he's muted me locally. But then once I realized it was a problem, I wasn't bothered anymore. I think it's the question to me. I can see how I could measure rotation. I don't see how I could measure displacement, and a curved path is both of those things. It's like rotated and displaced sideways as well. And I don't know. I think I could use interferometry to detect acceleration. I'm confident I could use it to detect rotation, but absolute displacement, how much distance in fixed ether space to move from here to there, that's a question. Because ether, if it's fixed, has dimensions that are spatial, right? And I don't think I can use that. So you're saying, can I measure a curved path? I think I could measure that I curved, right? So that there would be a acceleration upon me. And I think I could quite well curve in flight as well. So I could probably measure a rotation. And I could measure if I sped up or slowed down in that thing, or all of them would be acceleration. But if I didn't know my starting speed, I don't think I would know how far I went. And if ether, given what I've learned mostly from you, then I should be able to detect how far past from when I switched it on to switched it off, whether it was on a plane or on a train or on a car on the ground. Get what I mean?
Yeah, bro. You are both doing the same thing, which is just like trying to make your own side points that don't answer the question, right?
Sorry, I was trying to answer the question. Would you be able to measure moving in a curved path? And I think these are the things I could measure. This is the thing I think I couldn't. Can we discuss it? Can we discuss whether you would measure displacement?
Yes, that's actually
Cool,
what
let's
we're
do it.
doing with interferometry, right? We're detecting the displacement. Yes, absolutely.
Absolute displacement or relative displacement? So
that is a whole nother discussion about relativity, which we will get to when we get down to the bottom. But the question is simple, right? If the answer is not yes to this, then the globe earther could not claim that the ring laser gyro is detecting the rotation of the Earth.
Sure. Can the question be broken? Could it be a broken question?
No, it's not. No.
Okay.
I just it's simple. Like, can an interferometer be used to
I see
detect
what it is.
the motion of an object in a curved path? The answer has to
I've
be
given
yes. That's the definition of a
I've given my
Sagnac
answers.
effect.
I've given my answer, which is I think there are some things you could measure. My challenge for you is I do not think that you could measure absolute displacement, which is necessitated by ether.
Okay, dude.
That's the difference between them.
Dude.
Unless the ether is moving, though, right?
No, dude.
But then it would have to be moving with
You see, they're only
centered
just
on you as an individual.
to the audience so you guys can see what it is. It's only they need to make the conversation convoluted, right? Like, and it's very telling. Why? Because we're almost to the end of it, and they're kind of freaking out. And like, if you see how I made the,
I feel like I'm talking about what we're talking about. I feel like I'm trying to stay on the point of did the Milton Michelson-Miggelbosch experiment detect the orbit of the Earth because it should have got something going forwards?
you're trying to have your own meta interpretation of the conversation, but what we're doing right now before that is just going through the questions, right? Because the questions are going to save us time because of the tactics and misunderstandings that the globe earthers have due to the indoctrination and propaganda around this test and all the talking points that you guys have been repeating for years, right? Sure. So to save us time, if I had just jumped on and been like, does Michelson morally debunk the orbit of the Earth? It would have been a you-know-what. So I'm not going to guess. It would have just been ridiculous. Why are we having the
discussion, though? Why are we doing this instead of discussing whether you can measure absolute displacement? Like, I can use light to measure the size of a room because it bounces there and back, and we use the speed of light to go, how long did that take? And that works pretty well. If you can measure absolute displacement, there should be a device like that, right? If you can measure movement in absolute space, such that it debunked that we're moving through space as we would in an orbit. If it's able to do that and it proved that that wasn't happening, show me the device that measures absolute displacement.
Eggshells, this is your last warning. If you think you're going to come on the show and just forcibly make me skip over the questions in the format of the show by giving me your point you want to talk about before we get through them, I'm going to have to mute you. I don't want to do that. I just want to get through the questions so the audience can learn. You guys are clearly dead set on making sure that they can't learn because you have to throw in 50 other side points, make sure that it's really watered down, convoluted nonsense so no one can follow the logical.
It made sense.
Dude, stop. There's a logical, sequential order to the questions for a very specific reason so that we can all be on the same page via the Socratic method. You guys are introducing non sequiturs.
The Socratic method is to challenge your own thoughts and have somebody pull them apart and tell you what's wrong with them. Just interrupting me to say, no, we're going to ask the questions again when I'm trying to...
Okay, he's muted. I mean,
so...
It is what it is.
No, it's all right. I think I like the way you did these questions, though, because when you answer yes on that last one, it makes it so it's not exclusive. So it could be either or.
Do you know why?
So they can't... Yeah, that makes sense. I see why. I see what...
Yeah.
And I see why you're trying to keep everybody on that same page so people are following, like, hey, they're claiming this as exclusive evidence, but here you just agreed to this, that it could be either or.
There you go.
Yeah, and there's more to it. Like, the reason it's frustrating because it's like now I feel the need to go back through it to make sure everyone still has it.
Please don't.
I know, but you see why I'm getting frustrated. I'm just explaining to the audience.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that everyone's following through with it so that they can follow the logical steps to the conclusion. And I just want to reiterate this. Anyone that participates in a conversation or debate, if they can't operate in good faith, I mean, why not? So
yeah. I completely agree. Like when a question's asked and it's an obvious yes or no question, and then you're getting this long, drowned out answer, that drives me absolutely insane. Listen to the question, just answer the question. That's all you're asking.
Exactly. So we're gonna continue on. So
all right, I'll help you out as best I can.
Yeah, cool. It's just like, so can we use interferometry to detect the motion of an object moving in a curve?
It's not a question that has a logical fallacy. That's the point. It's a logical question. Nobody's saying, have you stopped beating your wife? Yes or no.
Yeah, exactly. It's not even loaded.
So if you think that it is, you're wrong.
Exactly. It's not a loaded question at all. Okay. No. So is the Earth moving in a curved path around the sun? Yes. According to them, of course. Yeah. Can interferometry be used to detect an object moving in a curved path with or without an ether? Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Only to detect the angular component of that.
Thank you. Okay. So, yes, we can use an interferometer to detect an object moving in a curved path. Okay.
Not the movement along the path, only the rotation caused by the movement along the path.
He can't help it. I think you're like a CIA agent or something. If you're not, you might as well be, right? It's like you have no shame whatsoever. It must be the anonymity. I don't know. Okay. Did the interferometer in Michelson-Morley detect... Oh, wait. Yeah. Did the interferometer in Michelson-Morley detect the assumed orbit of Earth?
No, that was the
It's not
problem.
even a Sagnac interferometer, is it?
Okay, Jesse, how about if you're not going to answer the question, then don't say anything. How about that?
Okay, it did not and it should not have.
Jeez Louise, man. It's like just a joke, honestly. Oh, man. And that's why I said I'm doing this right now, and I'm not going to obviously have this conversation with Jesse in the future anymore. Like, that's why I'm doing the stream. You guys can see what I deal with for you guys. Don't say I don't love you guys, because the reason I engage so much is I do kind of enjoy it, but also I try to figure out the best way to formulate arguments to help wake other people up, and what it requires is dealing with stuff like this. It's wild. So, did the interferometer in Michelson-Morley detect the assumed orbit of the Earth? The answer is no, from all sides.
No. Yeah.
Now, Jesse wanted to throw in there to confuse you guys. Oh, but it shouldn't have. Well, we'll see about that, won't we? Okay.
Why should it have?
Well, I'll happily get to that point if we can actually get through the questions, which I thought would take maybe 5 minutes, and then we would be pulling up the actual papers and the tests. But no. We can't do that. You guys have to stay away from logical conclusions and intellectual honesty. So, did the interferometer Michelson-Morley detect the assumed orbit of the Earth? And the answer is no. Now, sure enough, the modern claim is that it shouldn't. And Jesse wanted to make sure you guys all knew that, which I explained in the presentation before we opened it up. 4 times. In 4 different ways. Okay. So, anyway, would removing the ether alone explain the results of Michelson-Morley?
I don't think so.
Right. The answer is no. It's no. Because why? Because if you follow it, which is why I hate it, it didn't go smoothly, because everyone would understand immediately why that question's important. Now it seems like it's almost out of left field in a way, but it's because we just now covered, right? To go back through it very quickly, it's like, okay, they say that the Michelson-Morley just disproved the ether. It had nothing to do with the motion of the Earth. They were just trying to detect the ether, right? And that it proved that there is no ether. It just disproved it. That's all that it did. And that relativity had nothing to do with Michelson-Morley. I mean, FTFE, MC Toon, and all the people that religiously repeat them have been saying that to me for 3 straight years. Michelson-Morley has nothing to do with relativity, quote unquote, right? Even though Einstein said if Michelson-Morley had not brought us into great embarrassment, then no one would have even considered relativity for a halfway redemption. But anyway, so then you say, okay, well, do you agree that we can detect the motion of an object in a curved path with an interferometer? Yes. Like the Sagnac effect, right? We claim it detects rotation of the Earth. We do it every day. Like, okay, so you agree that you could detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path or rotating without an ether? Well, yeah, of course, because we don't believe in an ether. We claim that Michelson-Morley disproved the ether, and we claim that we're detecting the rotation of the Earth with that very exact methodology. Okay, so then if we go back and we say, is the Earth moving in a curved path around the sun? The answer is yes. And then I say, okay, again, can interferometry be used to detect an object moving in a curved path? Yes. Even without an ether? Yes. Okay, did the interferometer in Michelson-Morley detect the assumed orbit of the Earth? No. Okay, so then would removing the ether alone explain the results of Michelson-Morley? No, because we just established that it can detect the motion of an object in a curved path even without the ether. So just getting rid of the ether wouldn't explain why it didn't detect the motion of the Earth, the assumed orbit of the Earth, right? So screenshot, you can screenshot them. I'll pop them up in a second without the QR code. Let me actually hide it. You guys can take screenshots of the questions. So, and then now what that brings us to is, did Michelson-Morley debunk Newtonian mechanics? Now, this is the important part.
No.
Wait, which one? You said both.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure. I thought he did, but I guess not.
No, he did. So, and Michelson-Morley's two people, but it did. Now, this is the major sticking point here, right? This is the thing that we've had the Globers fighting us so hard on. Hey, Shane, have you heard any Globe Earthers like freaking out and denying this question?
Yes, I have.
Nice. Okay, making sure I'm not crazy. Yeah, like pretty much all of them incessantly. Yeah,
All the time until you started doing this, which is probably unrelated.
yeah, just a coincidence. Yeah. So, the answer is yes, and this goes into what Jesse was trying to say, which is it shouldn't have detected it. Right now, one part that they're not going to be able to defend is that if Newtonian mechanics is true and it causes the orbit of the Earth, then it wouldn't have detected the orbit in Michelson-Morley. And they may baselessly say that. Would that surprise me? Of course not. But it's just a basic understanding, right, of Newtonian mechanics. That's all it requires to understand why. Because, again, Newtonian mechanics says that an object will continue in a straight path unless an outside force acts upon it, and that gravity is a force, and that the gravity from the sun, being a force, acts upon the Earth and effectively pulls the Earth out of its straight path, like its tendency to go in a straight path, and causes it to start curving around the sun. So Newtonian mechanics claims that an actual force is acting on the Earth coming from the sun. That's gravity pulling the Earth around the sun in a curved path because that force pulled it from the straight path. Therefore, if you're on the Earth, you would be moving in a curved path around the sun because gravity is pulling you in towards it as an actual force. And then you would be able to detect that motion because you're moving in a curved path. It would be the same exact thing as detecting rotation, right? There's a slight difference. The main difference being that, of course, the claimed rotation of a globe is 15 degrees per hour. And then the claimed rotation around the sun of the Earth's orbit is almost just it's just over 1 degree a day. That's because, of course, a circle has 360 degrees. There's 365 days in a year. And so that's just over a degree a day. So right at around a degree a day, that's much slower than 15 degrees per hour, right? But the interferometer was over 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be to detect that motion. So it could detect over 10 times more sensitive than 1 degree per day. And we will pull up Einstein in a second, explaining that in detail, why it should have been decisive, right? Okay, so that means when Michelson-Morley didn't detect the orbit of the Earth, immediately it debunked Newtonian mechanics, right? So if you wanted to keep the orbit, you had to get rid of Newtonian mechanics, and you have to get rid of the ether. Now, ironically, it didn't technically in and of itself debunk Newtonian mechanics if you adopted the position that the Earth is stationary. Okay? So hopefully everyone's following that. Ironically, right? So
Yeah, then they're going to have to put in something else, though, right?
yes, exactly. So
okay.
And that kind of explains why the question is, over here is, the second question, is all that is needed to explain Michelson-Morley from within a heliocentric framework the removal of an ether? Well, the answer is no, because there's also the removal of Newtonian mechanics and its replacement. Because obviously you need some type of dynamic claim, a mechanical claim, right? A mechanism to cause the Earth to supposedly move around the sun, right? And so since you're getting rid of Newton, you're going to have to replace him. That's where Einstein came in. That was relativity. Now, what did relativity say? Let me come over here so it's not just you guys staring at this thing. We're almost done. What did relativity say in response to Michelson-Morley to replace? Where is it? Where are we at here?
Man.
Okay, sorry, I had to find the camera. Oh, I'm frozen. What did Einstein say to fix the situation? Well, Einstein said that the Earth is actually free falling in a linear path, and because it has a linear speed, right, and on the Earth it's just going straight, it's free falling, right? Then you won't detect it with the interferometer because there's not an actual force acting on the Earth. It's not physically pulling it around the sun from the Earth. There is no actual force pulling us in a curved path. We're actually just free falling without a force acting upon us in a straight path. Therefore, the interferometer could not detect it. Okay? So now that's even more details than that. You have contraction and many other things, and we'll get into that in a second. I guess it's going to be kind of a late stream. And so in the last question here, knowing that Einstein had to replace Newton for this to be explained, is if relativity is required to explain Michelson-Morley by explaining that the orbit of the Earth cannot be detected, would a consistent detection of motion falsify heliocentrism?
I would say no.
Go ahead.
Do that question the very end of it one more time.
If relativity is required to explain Michelson-Morley by explaining that the orbit of the Earth cannot be detected, would a consistent detection of motion falsify heliocentrism?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Wow.
Well, no, wouldn't it just falsify the guy that said it was undetectable?
Well, no, because he's saying that it's going in a straight path and it can't be detected. So if you could consistently detect it, then I would say yeah, right?
Yeah. Either it's going in a straight path or a curved path.
Yeah.
And
Which first off, that is just silly and ridiculous. I don't know. Like I had no idea that what I was believing in, that we're believing that we're literally free falling in a curved path. It's like that. Honest to God, if I'm going to be honest, that sounds made up.
It gets much worse.
Like that's just ridiculous.
It
gets worse.
It's dumb. Like who? Like I never knew that was what the globe like actually believes, and that's what I believed, and I didn't even know that shit. Like I'm supposed to believe that we're free falling around the sun, and that's why we can't. That sounds just made up.
Right? You tell me I believe
Like that's ridiculous.
Better not be me.
Yeah. But I do apparently. Like I didn't know that. I didn't even know that that's what I believed. You know.
How do you feel about that belief, though?
Well, I feel like that I'm being fucking bullshitted. Like I just don't understand. Like where did you come up with that? Like show me how you prove that we are free falling, curving around the sun. That it sounds so ridiculous. I want to know how you know that. You know what I mean? That's where I'm at with that. It's like
It says it.
it's just ridiculous.
yeah, the answer is because that has to be happening to explain the test, or the Earth is stationary. That is the only answer.
They start every answer with, "Well, the Earth must be moving." So
Exactly. Now we can actually begin to integrate Einstein's direct quotes about this to give you some context and give the audience some context as to why. But let me pop a Discord on here. Go ahead.
So one of the things that I had done is I just kind of dove down many different conspiracies, just kind of went down each and every one of these rabbit holes. And if you guys have not done that yet, I would highly recommend you do it, because it is pretty enlightening to see how much actual evidence that they have. You got to realize that governmental archives, like classified documents, take like 50, 60 years, and then they're released. And then that stuff people get a hold of, and then they show all the evidence of many, many, many things that people call conspiracy theories and say that they're false. But if you look into them, you will see that there is a lot of evidence that show that a lot of these things are very true. Then I decided, well, what is about this flat Earth? Like, what is this? Like, why is there? I looked it up. It was like some odd million, some odd people believe it. I'm like, there's got to be something to it. And one of the first things I realized is that they don't believe that we're on a flat disk in space. They don't make any claim in any shape, way, or form of what the Earth actually looks like. In fact, all they've done is look at the current claims and then realize that we're more or less being lied to, that everything that they've shown doesn't seem to be what they're telling us to be true. There is no actual claim. So like everybody comes attacks them and says like, what is your model? What is your model? They've never actually claimed to have a model. Like they're like, what are you talking about? All they're saying is that what you're telling me is BS. And I really, really, really like the analogy that you used with adoption papers. Like that pretty much sums up every single argument that I've ever seen. Like they're showing the evidence, and then they just turn around and be like, oh yeah, well, I don't believe it until you show me what we actually live on. And it's like, wait a second, like really? Like that's ridiculous. You wouldn't do that if I proved that my parents were my parents. Why are you doing that now? And even after that is explained, it'll be done again.
All right. So you see that, do you?
Yeah, it is pretty crazy, man. It's pretty nostalgic to hear someone else go through it.
Right.
So I really think that, like, honestly, like one of the key factors is they need to dive down something that maybe they could wrap their head around. Like look at Pizzagate or something like that, or something that you might be able to like, okay, maybe this is what's going on. Like, and then you start diving down the Jesuits, diving down the Khazarians.
Keep it somewhat kosher, bro, because I'm on YouTube right now.
No, go ahead, do your thing. Nope, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just on YouTube. You got to be careful.
No, Oh, gotcha. I don't do YouTube anymore.
Yeah,
I only do
hear
Rumble and yeah. I'm sorry. I forget
you're cool.
that
You're cool, bro. You're cool. So yeah. I guess what I'm gonna do is pull up some of the papers. So I don't know if Toby or Alan or Shane have anything they want to throw in here. I'm gonna pull up Relativity, a Special and General Theory by Albert Einstein, and we'll go through some of that. Point Blank explains these things. And then I'm going to show you guys some of the quotes from Einstein as well about, say, Dayton Miller and these different things to really make sure we drive this point home. But, you know, Jesse said no to the final question. And a quick reminder to the question here is it is basically if relativity was required to save the heliocentric model by in terms of Michelson-Morley by claiming that the Earth's orbit cannot be detected, then would a consistent detection of motion falsify heliocentrism? Now, let's just pause. Let's remove heliocentrism because I know that's just such a trigger. If you finish any question with falsify the globe or falsify heliocentrism, there's a group of people out there that are physically incapable of saying yes. You know what I'm saying? So, because when they hear like, do you agree that would falsify the globe, or do you agree that would falsify heliocentrism? Like they just can't say yes to that, no matter what. Like just for some reason, just like throwing out a yes to the possibility of it existing, like is terrifying for them or something. I don't know.
We noted that we do that all the time if we're playing a hypothetical, right? If we think it will falsify, we'll just straight up admit it and continue the exchange. It's not like
yeah, exactly. So we'll just say if relativity was required to explain the results of Michelson-Morley by claiming that the Earth's orbit could not be detected, then would a consistent detection of motion falsify relativity?
Should only be a yes. There shouldn't be a think or a thought.
Yeah, it has to be a yes. Like that. There's no ways around it.
I know, it just seems so simple to me. It's like wild.
And it is, dude. Like you put it to the point where a 5-year-old can understand this crap. I mean, sorry. Sorry.
He
But
put it to a point where any other answer is dishonest. So it's an interesting tack. Which way will you choose, Jesse?
Well, I mean, just because a guy said that something couldn't be done, and then later, if it were proved to be possible to do it, that meant he was wrong in saying that. That doesn't mean that doesn't debunk heliocentrism.
I said relativity.
Nothing.
I
Really?
preemptively knew you were going to do that, so I
Go back to
changed it.
slide-
Wait. I changed it to relativity, and what I mind. No, I just changed it. I said, dude, are you like not listening? Maybe, right? Like, I'm going to repeat. Please listen. I said,
So what was the question when I read it?
oh, it was heliocentrism. But then I just got through explaining that anytime you ask a question that ends with, do you agree that would falsify the globe? Or do you agree that would falsify heliocentrism? People start shorting out and they just can't say yes no matter what. So let's just take heliocentrism out for a second. And we're going to replace it with the word relativity. So do you agree that if relativity was required to explain the results of Michelson-Morley by claiming that the Earth's orbit could not be detected, then a consistent detection of motion would falsify relativity?
Oh, well, if a claim is shown to be false, then that would falsify that claim.
There you go. And you notice how even then you couldn't just say yes? Like, why can't you just say yes, right? Like, why? Like,
Well,
just, it's baffling.
It's all hypothetical because it hasn't been shown.
Oh my gosh, how is he not being bad faith at this point, right? Like,
I guess if you cover your eyes, then you can say it wasn't shown to you, I guess. Technically.
Yeah, but wait, before you even take the bait on that, it's like, it's a hypothetical preface. If relativity was required to explain Michelson-Morley by claiming the orbit of the Earth could not be detected, but there was a consistent detection of motion, would that falsify relativity? Well, it's just hypothetical. Hasn't been done yet. I know, that's why it has a hypothetical preface. Right? Like, geez, Louise. Okay. But do Shane, Toby, or Alan have anything they want to throw in on this, or any little side note? Because I'm about to pull up some of these quotes and stuff, and then we'll go through them.
Yeah, we got the paper, we got the quotes. This has been one of the more enlightening, I think, exchanges, because this is the experiment that we talk about the most, that is most important, that is most frequently denied, miscategorized, misidentified, and lied about. So this is why, everyone, right? If you want to see why, it's because nothing that they told you about it is right, and because it has these huge implications that people can't even say out loud. So, hey, thanks for doing this, man.
Yeah. I think it's very telling, right? Like, and I will say, I think that this approach is going to be fruitful going forward, not just with this specific topic per se, right? But understanding, well, you kind of have to understand what you're dealing with. If you ever do corner certain people defending the globe into a corner, what are they going to do? They're going to immediately start obfuscating, diverting, trying to twist your point, start trying to ask you questions and try to get a gotcha on you and all this crazy stuff. So you have to actually require like honest, good faith interaction with binary questions sequentially placed in such a way that it leads to the inevitability of the logical conclusion that they're trying to avoid.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Except it's going to require a different approach, right? If they're currently using the tactic of whatever, not answering, not doing, then it'll work. You have to trap them with, if you're currently selectively employing one piece of evidence, let's get you to agree to the secondary one before we have you agree to the primary. That's beautiful, right? That's flawless.
Yeah, I mean, I think an audience member can see when people are doing that. It makes it much more like clear to see, right? I guess is the idea. Alan, what's up, bro? I see you were about to say something.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, Mickelson, Gail Pearson, man, what a great subject. So last week, I think it was on this show too, that I mentioned I came across the relativistic solution for it being in regards to the magnetic field, giving it a boost and all that stuff. Well, that was an inaccurate analysis. I read over the actual derivation for it in the paper. there was nothing of that. There was no magnetic field mentioned in there. So full retract on that as the mechanism for the relativistic derivation. But I want to quickly go over what they did actually say because it's far more interesting.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
So if you got a minute, if am I able to screen share on this?
Yes.
Or is it just okay? Because there's no option to.
Oh, I don't know.
If he stops, you can share.
Oh,
Okay.
If yeah, will it mess with your show though, or no?
No.
Okay, cool. Let me share this real quick.
It's just the only thing that sucks. I think if I click off the Discord screen, it'll do this little like blackout thing. But yeah, all good.
Got you. Okay, so I'm not going to do this in like a formal presentation or anything. I'm just going to go over it real quick. So, what he's prefacing here, he spends the early part of the paper about prefacing that there can't possibly be a stationary ether and all this stuff, but that's not our claim anyway. We're not interested in the stationary ether. So I just kind of skimmed over that. So this is what he says based on an assumption of no ether, right? So it goes without saying that neither theory can use an ether drag model for the reasons that he gave above. He said that the ether in the tubes would get trapped in the rotation or whatever, and it would cancel out. So that's kind of it's not our position. So anyway, he goes on to say, relativity, can't explain that either. And he says, based on the Michelson-Morley experiment and not being able to measure linear velocity, ignore the first order ratio that's derived from the Michelson-Gale-Pearson measurement. So when we were talking about those fringes earlier and how you can derive a velocity out of them, he's saying you can go ahead and ignore that. Don't read into that ratio. Let's look at our second order approximation here when we get into general relativity transformations and stuff. Like, okay, so that's the preface for that, and then he goes, and then the answer that they give for the how they explain it, right, is they invoke a time difference with the absolute stars. So they place an observer with respect to the fixed stars, and they say that there's a time difference between them and the axis of rotation of the Earth, like an observer relative to the latitude. So that's how they explain it. Now they invoke absolute space for that through the mechanism of rotation or whatever. So it's like it's all up on the relativity side, so to speak. But the way that they had to derive it is actually another huge problem, because in relativity they're supposed to be, all coordinate systems are supposed to be equally valid, et cetera, et cetera. So when they try to derive it using the space-time curvature metric, or a metric with space-time curvature, they couldn't do it because of all the other gravitational influences in the universe. So they had to use a flat space-time metric to even derive it, and then use Earth's rotation, quote unquote Earth's rotational speed as centrifugal acceleration, which they converted into space-time curvature with respect to an observer at the center of with respect to an observer on the fixed stars, so that they could do their time difference explanation, right, without invoking contraction.
Well, I'm confused, Alan.
So basically they have to use a preferred coordinate system in their mathematics, where they say that there is not a preferred coordinate system to even attempt to explain it.
Well, like, aren't they on the ECI frame to begin with in that instance?
No.
Oh, all right.
Not an ECI issue. But secondarily, though, the important component here, like another important thing to note.
Hey, pause.
Yeah.
I'm about to go grab a drink and keep listening to you, but just know that you got full reign, and I'm going to be away for maybe like 3 minutes.
Got it. Okay.
Go ahead.
So back to Michelson-Morley real quick, because we're going to tie this all in together with these first order approximations that this guy wants us to ignore. I'm sorry, first order ratio. So back to Michelson-Morley, they knew how much they needed to derive for the fringe shift pattern for heliocentrism to be true, because the Earth has to be moving at 30 kilometers a second, and they knew exactly how to derive that relationship out of the fringe pattern, going back to Fresnel and Fazal, where Fazal made the first interferometer and used the translational speed of water to derive out of the fringe patterns, from that to derive the fringe patterns based on the speed of the water, right? So it showed that there's a 44% velocity increase to the speed of light when it's going with the water. And again, so an 88% translational speed of motion. So they already had the math and like a mechanism and a full understanding of how to measure motion with light when they were going into this. So when they got to Michelson-Morley, they did their derivations for it. And one second. Yeah, they did their derivations for it. And they came up with what, the fringe pattern that they would need for 30 kilometers a second. I'll go ahead and pull that up real quick. Michelson-Morley. All right, so they got their math here, reduces down to 2D v squared over v squared, where v squared is the 30 kilometers for Earth's orbit, and the other v is the speed of light. So they were going to get their ratio for the fringe patterns based off of that. The distance, the distance traveled from here to the mirror and back, right? So they were going to get their fringe patterns based off of that and get their 30 kilometers a second. And they measured 6 kilometers a second where they were at.
Does nobody see a problem with what they're doing here? And everyone's cool with that? And anyone have an issue? Like, let's divide our reference frame into another reference frame so we can get the thing we need in the first place retroactively. Yay, got it.
Yeah. So to explain that, they came up with, transformations to invoke another reference frame to say that the time difference, based on that, there would be the missing 30 kilometers would be in that. And you actually can't measure linear motion based off of that. And then they added the additional component of length contraction in the direction of motion to say that that's actually why you can't measure it. So
imagine
when you're moving.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So then they came around to Michelson-Gale-Pearson, where they knew there was going to be a fringe pattern already because of the Sagnac experiment and some other subsequent experiments. So they already were planning to, they fully expected there to be a fringe pattern for this. So they had Ludwig Silberstein on the case doing the mathematical, derivation for relativity theory. And what he says here is he's like, ignore so he says here, the only thing the special theory can do is treat the problem approximately up to the second order, i.e. rejecting the square of the ratio of the velocity of motion to light. So what he's saying there is that in this upcoming experiment, Michelson-Gale-Pearson, there's going to be a fringe shift pattern, and you can actually apply this same equation and get a velocity relationship out of it, and it's 3 kilometers a second. But ignore that, and just focus on our analysis. And what they did here in the analysis is they have Earth's angular velocity relative to the latitude at the equator. So they pre-cook in 1,000 kilometers a second or 1,000 miles an hour, because this is just an angular rotation, right? So like they're going to get their 15 degrees per hour when they plot this against sidereal time, but they're going to get the translational speed relative to the lattie, so to speak, on the coordinate system that they provide through what they're cooking in on the angular rotation, right?
Exactly.
But if you don't ignore the first order measurement, right? If you don't ignore the first order ratio, if you don't ignore the first order ratio that was caused by a first order effect, i.e. the ether wind, the motion that they measured, right? If you don't ignore that, then you get 15 degrees per hour with the ratio of, or with a speed of 3 kilometers a second at that latitude.
There you go.
Right. So huge distinction there on how they had to co-opt this and continue this.
Change all the rules.
That's how easy it was. Just assume the globe's rotating at a whatever speed they need to get to 15 degrees per hour, and boom, there they go. They're set. They already have the measurement, the translational speed. They tell everyone, "Oh no, you can't measure that." Well, it was first originally water with the translational speed of water. It was first measured with that.
There's going to be Glovers who defend that in like a week or two, probably.
I mean, that's what's up, though. So,
yeah, power to you, I mean, but
wow. All right, I'm going to.
Yeah, that's nutty. I've been following that too.
Yeah, sorry.
Absolutely not.
Sorry, just real quick before we move on. So when Dayton Miller measures those fluctuations that where the translational speed fluctuates like 3,000 miles per hour over the course of a year, is the globe can't be moving, can't be rotating 3,000 miles per hour faster and slower, right? That's the whole issue here. That's why they need you to ignore the first order relationship, right? And tell you that linear velocity can't be measured. And then let's get into this nonsense. So, all right, I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you for letting me do that. Appreciate it.
We love
Yeah,
papers.
of course, bro.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, Alan.
Yeah, that was alarming when I first came across it, man. Like, wait, what are they doing? They got what they want? Oh, you changed all the rules and did it backwards again. Nah, I knew it.
I'm trying to find a bunch of the stuff I have. Yeah, heads up, like all the quotes and stuff are going to be kind of jumbled up. I'm just throwing them all in a new PowerPoint, but let me read through some of the donations real quick. I think that it just is what it is, right? I mean, they have to admit that this debunked Newtonian mechanics. They have to admit that you can't just get rid of the ether to explain it. They then have to invoke relativity. And then once we force them over there, as they fight reluctantly but have no choice with like just literally being forced logically with sequential binary questions, then comes the guillotine. Right? Because like now it's like, okay, well, we are detecting the motion, and actually we're detecting the motion consistent to celestial phenomena effectively, and direction, right? Direction, altitude, periodicity of the sun and the moon, or like certainly solar motion when it comes to interferometry. And then really just the Sagnac effect itself is a major problem for them. And so they're not going to get away with it anymore. You don't get to invoke that as proof the Earth rotates. No, you can't even explain it in your paradigm.
Selectively apply the linearization later, but not here. Can't detect. Come on, get out of here. So after today, nobody can claim that. So no more mass attracting mass, right? No more Cavendish. No more of that nonsense. There's no need for that, right?
Good luck.
Yeah. If you want,
Are they going to do it again? But whatever.
Yeah.
But there's a couple ways you can get rid of the mass equivalency, right? So, I mean, we can get rid of it. We can kinematically drop it right out. We can physically remove it from an experiment. They're still going to need it and use it. So,
Yeah, I'm trying to find. Yo, I mean, Einstein straight up said, dude, if relativity had not brought us into great embarrassment, then no one would have considered relativity as a halfway redemption. What do you need him to say to you? You know, because what they used to say is that relativity had nothing to do with Michelson-Morley. You guys remember that?
Yep.
I said all the time, consistently.
And you were
publicly,
just
over and
quote
over again.
mining and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And then it turns out you can find published love letters where he references Lorentz and some other people whose work that he went over that explicitly go into great detail about Michelson-Morley before his 1905 paper, talking about how he needs to study up on these works and how important they are to his wife. So, that's canonized in the mythology right there. So it can't not be about this. Like, it was explicitly about this. They redefined all of physics over this. They knew exactly how much of a fringe they needed to get, and it was gone, son. And they were like, "Oh no, what do we do?"
They erroneously reduced it to 0, pretend later that it wasn't, so they could cut the rotation and then backwards derive their ship by changing all the parameters. Obviously, Alan, come on.
Yeah, he straight up said in that paper where they was deriving it, ignore the first order ratio that comes with that experiment. Yeah,
That's
dude, you can only do that. You can only get to the globe derivation by ignoring that, man.
It's like we're desperate. You get that number any which way you can, okay?
Yeah, I'm not throwing out that 3 kilometers a second, dude. I'll take that.
So
right,
So gravity was changed, right? It's like no longer mass attracts mass. It's like, what was it? Bending and warping of space and time. Is that what they
Yeah.
claim gravity is now?
Yeah, the bending and warping of your mind.
So that's what they're still claiming that makes objects fall to the ground.
Yeah.
Is bending and warping of space, and I believe it's and time, right? It's not space time; it's space and time.
Yeah,
Well, people are still
space
doing
time
Cavendish, so
combined. Yeah.
it's confusing, right? Like, because people are still trying to say the other one at the same time. So,
I mean, when you
So-
really think about that, that's kind of silly. Yeah, this rock falls to the ground because of the bending and warping of space and time. That's just, I don't know. That's just so stupid. You know what I mean, though? I mean, honestly, like that's just ridiculous.
I hear you. You said it out loud. I laughed. I hear you, man. It makes no sense.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna read.
For like go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, let me read some of these donations. Just a reminder, at the bottom of the screen, it says donate at kofi.com/witsit. I'm gonna read them off right now. If you don't get it in before I finish reading them, I'm gonna come back and read them, and I'll be more on top of the donations going forward. And I think I'm probably gonna do a decent amount of time left on the stream if everyone's cool with it, because I still want to go through these quotes. I want to go through the some of the papers to really show, because I just don't want to. I have a couple more visualizations. We're gonna end this right now, right? Like, anyway, Hayden, thank you for the $50 tip, brother. Much love. Thanks, man. Thank you. No, thank you. Oh, and yesterday, Christopher, shout out to signing up for the Fire Tier Legend. A few days ago, we had Valthessa and Jeff sign up for the Fire Tier. Welcome to the Miswits. We had Instrumental. Nice name. Instrumental. Sign up for the Earth Tier. Much love. I think that you guys all did that since the last stream. Swiss Mad, thank you for the support on the second. Okay. Welcome to the Miswits, and I will say this again. Tonight is the last stream that you can sign up for the Miswits before the community officially launches, and you get some of the exclusive perks. There's be some exclusive merch. It's gonna be an exclusive hangout and some other things. A temporary exclusive room. You guys will see the community just has selective access based on your tiers and stuff. And so sign up to the Misfits tonight if you would like to get that perk. All right. Roger, 1024. Appreciate the kind words yesterday. Glad you were able to get in yesterday, especially for the crowd, and give your information. Thank you for the $50 tip, man. Very generous. And, you're talking about TikTok. Thank you for the support yesterday on TikTok is what you're talking about. Yeah, no problem, man. That was lengthy and let's just say interesting. Right. But thank you so much for the support, man. Nickel Boy, can you explain some of the difference between the old interferometry equipment and the stuff we're using today? I know it uses light and not lasers, but I think they'll be targeting the accuracy of that equipment next. Well, tell them good luck, because you can't target the accuracy of the equipment. Interferometry is like the most precise form of measurement ever. I mean, they use them for their gravimeters. That's how they supposedly measure the gravity, which, they measure the rate at which things fall, and they do it in a vacuum sealed chamber with little crossing patterns of lasers.
It's also what LIGO is, right? A giant interferometer, which they've already pre-corrected.
There you go. They can't. That's so funny. It's such a beautiful thing. Yeah, Nickel Boy, they can't question the legitimacy of, or the precision and accuracy or dependability of interferometry measurements, because they claim that LIGO is using that to detect gravitational waves from a black hole trillions of miles away,
I can't detect the Earth's motion. That's crazy. I'm like, come on.
No, that's so, dude. There was a vibrational displacement 1/10,000th or 1/50,000th, I don't remember, 1/10,000th the width of a proton, and they detected that from a gravitational wave trillions of miles away in space, but it can't. It can't detect the Earth moving through space on the Earth.
It can't detect Earth moving through space, but it detects a slight time differential, 1/1000th the width of a proton with respect to the fixed stars.
The cosmic fart.
And it can only be measured by analyzing it through what's called what Toby found was the convolutional neural network. And if you want to learn more about that, check out the ether cosmology episode that he just did on it, where he breaks down the 5 or 6 layers of convolution that this data goes through, that this literal, and by data I mean noise, this noise goes through to hit up these quote unquote mathematical predictions that have never been measured. It's just what they think it might look like and what the algorithms that they have refined over like 6 or 8 years tell it that it looks like. So that's really cool, man. That they're able to do that, and they're having a lot of fun over there at the LIGO base.
Man,
Shout out to the
noise. F that noise.
Don't worry, I heard the curve or something, so it's probably fine.
Oh, there's Toby. Hopefully he'll touch in on that a little bit.
Convoluted neural network, anyone?
Melissa, thank you for the generous $50 donation. Thank you, Austin, for the hard work. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And shout out to all you guys that went over to Ko-fi or are going over to Ko-fi to support me, despite YouTube axing me. I don't even know if I should say what I put in the appeal, because I guess I'm on there right now.
Probably not through your Rumble either.
Yeah, I asked them. I called them out for censoring me based on the content of my speech being about Hebrew cosmology and how I believe in the Torah. And I think that they're a little anti-Semitic. So, that's what I told them, and they didn't care. I mean, Yeah, they responded to me the last couple days, like just generic, vague responses. Like, I tried my best, I really did, and there's just nothing we can do. And it's like, you didn't do anything. You didn't you didn't try to do anything. And your content's just sensitive. Too sensitive to be monetized. It's like, what does sensitive mean?
Not allowed, but we can't not allow you directly, so we're gonna suppress you.
Yeah, first it was harmful. Now it's just sensitive. Okay. Yeah, like this truth is pretty sensitive, I guess, huh? Yeah, like the paradigm of propaganda is quite sensitive if this gets out, I guess.
Right, imagine all the stuff they had to do with Nicholson and Moore. They had to selectively apply things in one case but not the other, which when you remove that, nobody wants to talk about it. And now we'll hear about that same thing tomorrow. That's been the game since we've been here, right? That's been the hurdle. We go through it. Tomorrow we have to go back through it again.
Exactly, yeah. Jula B, thank you for the generous, I think I said 100. Very generous. Thank you so much. Please don't apologize / get tired of going over the basics. Philosophy builds upon a strong foundation. It's always worthwhile going over and over and over the important basics. Thanks, Austin. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. I do agree. Thank you so much for the generous donation and the kind words. ADB, welcome to the Miswits. Thanks for signing up for the water tier. Dakota Dunn, welcome to the Miswits. Signed up for the air tier. What a legend. Hayden, welcome to the Miswits and to the earth tier. Thank you so much for signing up. Brody, I may say that wrong. Brody, I think. Thank you for signing up for fire. Welcome to the Miswits. Shane, my man, my brother, man. Very generous donation, $50 tip, man. Thank you so much, brother. Shout out to Gio, putting in the work to foster the conversation 24/7.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, dude, I agree. I agree with that big time, man. So shout out to my boy Gio. Let's take this time to actually plug it. Again, Earth Awakenings. There's the QR code. I'm actually gonna make it pretty big, just so you guys can screenshot this if you wanted to send it to someone else in the future. There is the QR code. Screenshot it, cut it out, and it'll still work as the QR code. That's to the Discord. Also, the link's in the description. That link takes you straight to this room. It's Earth Awakenings on Discord and Rumble. And I think I have their Rumble in the description as well. So, yeah, it rocks out 24/7. This conversation's always going on. If you ever wanted to listen or learn some stuff about this type of conversations, we talk about quite a few things. You can come in, ask questions, come in. If you don't like to get on the VC, technically you don't have to other than checking in. But I encourage you to come in and have some combos. It's pretty cool. So shout out to Earth Awakenings for letting us host for sure. And thank you, Shane, for the support, brother. Allie, I always hear Glober say, I think for the $10, I always hear Glober say, quote, doesn't have the same predictive quality. Is that their way of saying it was wrong? What's the context here? Yeah, I mean, someone would say that phrase as a dishonest way of conceding that it didn't work. Yeah, like Newtonian mechanics doesn't have the same predictive quality as Einsteinian when it comes to like Mercury's perihelion shift, for example. Yes, that would just be a fancy way of saying that Newton was wrong, that Newtonian mechanics is wrong. I mean, Einstein's doesn't even work for that.
Well, didn't that guy already identify that like a couple of years before, and everyone forgot, but he was closest than everyone? Like for the perihelion shift to Mercury. I think I read that.
I don't know about what you're talking about.
That's how did you dismiss the perihelion shift to Mercury for relativity?
What?
How did you talk about the perihelion shift to Mercury in terms of relativity? Because I thought that some guy had already measured it before, and it turns out that he was
well, yeah. I mean, I thought you were saying that he had offered like some dynamic explanation that was better or something. Like it was measured 40 years before relativity.
Right. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll try to say like, no, relativity predicted. They literally say this. Relativity predicts. Yeah, relativity predicts or predicted Mercury's perihelion shift.
And the first thing you look into is the proof. You look into it, you're like, that's not even real. The guy already did it. That's what
40 years beforehand.
Dude, not so. That guy measured the Urbain-Lever or whatever, Levain measured the perihelion precession, right? And then they couldn't explain it with Newtonian dynamics, so they were off by using like all their gravitational influences of the known solar system. They were off by 43 arc seconds. So your boy Einstein came in and used an equation that Paul Gerber solved 17 years earlier using Newtonian dynamics in an ether to set the propagational speed of a gravitational wave to that of the speed of light. So using like an ether mechanic to set a speed limit, and using that, he explained the periodicity, fully. But they didn't like that. They didn't accept that explanation given or whatever, right? Because it was mixing too much, or it was just mixing too much stuff with ether and space and all that or whatever at the time. So they ignored that, and then Einstein came along, ripped the same equation, just changed the symbol where he was using to cap the speed limit to C. He just changed that to the periodicity of the event, which obviously, he contracts through the coordinate systems or whatever, like the whole mechanism of it. So it just contracts proportional to the event. And he was like, oh, look, guys, I explained it. And then he got called out on that. So he had to come up with another derivation, shout out to Schwarzschild, who came through with the final solution. But it's like only through specific metrics applied, where you analyze the sun as like as a stationary body with no charge potential, no rotation, nothing like that, and then you analyze Mercury as having no mass, and so that its mass doesn't affect the space-time curvature, so that it hits just the amount of curvature needed to explain that 43 arc seconds. Like, it's so minuscule and fine and like ridiculous and custom tailored to explain these events that it doesn't mean anything at all. So that proof actually isn't even like the good one, right? The physical substantiation of relativity was supposed to come from the gravitational redshift predictions that were supposed to be in tandem with the gravitational lensing of 1919 with Arthur Eddington. There were two lads that were doing gravitational lensing, redshift observations in tandem with the lensing that were supposed to back that up. And if you're wondering why you've never heard of those two gentlemen, they didn't find the redshift, and we only hear about Eddington and his two photographic plates after he basically took all his boys' plates from the guy that went to Brazil. He took all his plates and threw them in the toilet And then he said, he took all of his own plates except for 2 and threw those in the toilet as well. And then he said, hey, after me and Frank Dyson Watson get together and do a mathematical statistical analysis on this bad boy and adjust everything so we can meet the relativistic predictions with these 2 photographic plates, which admittedly aren't that good quality and aren't even using reference plates of the same material, we'll go ahead and come up with the coefficients to describe that translation and make sure it's all on the up and up and present it to the lads 7 months from now and tell everyone that relativity is correct AF.
Wow, bro, that is freaking science, brother.
Right? Imagine defending that, hearing that, and going, "Well, yeah, we got that. At least we got there in the end, right? That's the process of science. They went through the right steps. They did the right thing all the way through."
What do they do? What do they do when Alan's talking right then? Did they just like shut off what he's saying? You think?
Obviously, nothing that you said is true. It happened the way I remember it, and that's it. Right?
Dude, Eddington was so worried about this. He wrote a Swiss mathematician, Hermann Well, about this 6 months before his expedition. And he was like, look, bro, the boys out here ain't measuring the gravitational redshift in accordance with this theory that we're all super pumped about. Is there anything that you can offer with your theory that you're trying to do with your math? Because like we don't really know what to do from here. Hit me back up in the DMs, and by DMs I mean send me a carrier pigeon or whatever we used in the 1800s. Peace out, bro. Catch you on the flip flop.
Oh my god!
Thanks for your math. What do you got over there? I need help. That's so funny.
Oh man, a carrier pigeon PM.
He was literally sliding my carrier pigeon DM, bro.
Yo, dude, that's so funny that like I was just realizing for sure what they do is just like check out.
Yeah, I can't possibly hear you because how would you reconcile what we just heard with, yeah, I feel good about that, and that's my belief still.
I know the globe model is so true and that relativity is so true that everything that they told us about it was had to be a lie. Right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like you have to be shutting down right now. Like, does this necessarily just prove relativity? Well, sort of. It is a predicted necessity, right? It's a necessity of prediction, actually. So yes, it does. But it's like, even that aside, this is what they told you proved it. Like what do all the globers say prove relativity? Oh man. Well, relativity is the most scientifically proven and verified theory that's ever existed.
Yep.
Right? Because what happens is with GPS, we have to account for relativity. With time dilation, or GPS wouldn't work. So, I mean, the whole world uses something that requires relativity to be true, and then you guys just deny it. So, yeah, relativity is true. It's the most scientifically verified and proven theory ever, even though nothing's proven except for whenever I say relativity. And then Arthur Eddington, right, in 1919, they predicted that you would see the star around the eclipse. They proved it. It worked perfectly. So, you think it's just a coincidence, right? Like, that is literally the evidences they give you guys. The
other day I got a new one. I got nope. Mercury was dismissed immediately, right? Because the other guy found it, and then he went right to Mars perihelion shift, and I was like, "What? What do you mean Mars? Oh, relativity predicts everything, so this is a prediction." Okay, we'll find a measurement that happened with, and then I'll go and debunk it. But no, for 20 minutes you want to talk about Mars until I left it. I was like, "Wow, you don't even know the proofs of the thing that aren't proofs in the thing." Okay, I don't know where to go, man.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Yeah, that's right. So Mercury's, we're just burying I guess the point I'm making though, right? You know how they used to always say, why would they lie? It's like, why would they lie? Like when they want you to believe that relativity is true, why are all the major proofs that you guys are told to repeat and then just blindly and mindlessly repeat like it's a religion? Why are all of those things lies? Like, relativity predicts Mercury's perihelion shifts. And then they run around saying it over and over. Well, no, we know relativity is true. Relativity was verified because it predicted Mercury's perihelion shift. As if they just looked at Einstein's magic mathematical, right? Mm-hmm. So this mathematical mastery and was like, oh, there's going to be a perihelion shift up there, guys. Let's go check it out. Wow, it predicted it, and it proved that your theory's right. And that's how they literally all say it. But the truth is it was observed 40 years before that. And then Alan just gave you all the shisty nonsense regarding the whole process of it leading up to Einstein supposedly explaining it or predicting it, which, so that's a lie. That narrative is a lie, right? So that's weird. That's kind of suspicious. Like, why are they lying, right? Now, Arthur Eddington situation, they lied. They made it sound like they just went out there and it matched the prediction. No, it didn't. Alan just told you they had to throw away a ton of the plates. They had to do all kinds of mathematical tricks. Conveniently, they don't even have the plates that supposedly actually did. That 95% of the plates didn't in any way match what they were supposed to be predicted. The ones that supposedly did don't exist. And then they had to do all kinds of mathematical tricks to try to make it work. And then Arthur Eddington himself was freaking out about how it didn't match relativity, and it was a major problem for relativity. So you were lied to again.
Yeah. I could tell that no one heard that, right?
Dude.
Yeah.
lied to on such an egregious scale, because the prediction for the lensing, like let me read this real quick. So this is from H. von Kubler and Vistas in Astronomy. It says it should be noted that the deflection predicted by Einstein in 1916 was very small, being about 1.7 arc seconds of a ray of light at the edge of the sun, and inversely proportional to the radial distance from the center of the sun. Since no star for which the measurements were made during the 1919 eclipse were within 2 solar radii of the center, the largest deflection that would have occurred to the theory would have been less than 0.8 seconds of arc. For the 343 centimeter focal length of the telescope used by Eddington, it would have corresponded to about 0.01 millimeters, or 0.003930008.
Talking about negative parallax
inches on the photographic plate. No, we're talking about the gravitational lensing displacement. So the displacement at the location of where it was claimed to have been observed couldn't even have been displaced by that amount, because it was an inversely proportional prediction. So when the boys got together back in London, right, him and in Dyson, and they did their mathematical analysis and their transformations and corrections and whatnot, and they came up with these stars were the deciding factor that relativity theory was correct. It wouldn't even have been a mathematical prediction of the theory of the displacement of space-time to even move the stars in that location. Like, what they did was so egregious and insane. They just lied to everybody, right? And then when people find out about it, and nowadays, shout out to Edward Dowdy Jr., who passed away a couple years ago. But the reason why people this was a NASA scientist, Harvard graduate, graduated Harvard in a time when, getting into Harvard was really hard. You couldn't, it was, anyway.
You couldn't just be transgender, black, lesbian.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're hilarious.
The dude actually overcame some stuff to get his, to get in there, and went through it all, and then changed cosmologies, right? Became a plasma cosmologist when he started looking into general relativity and this gravitational lensing thing. And it's a complete myth. Any displacement that would have been observed at that location, they already have a presupposed medium about their model of the solar system, about how there's magnetic fields and electric fields there and plasma and whatnot. Like, this is why people change cosmologies, because when they look into this stuff, they're smart enough to realize that this prediction is like what they're telling everyone is insane, right?
Yeah, but
go ahead.
The smart people on their side still hold that true. Like, they think that's true, right? So it's kind of hard to get through to them. Well, actually, no, all of that's wrong, right? Let's go through each one.
Let's call it like it is, right? That's why the smart people look into it, do the diligent research, understand it, and then no longer believe it because it's been disproven, fraudulently misrepresented, and lied about, and the evidence directly refutes it. So because they can pop their brain cells together every once in a while, they're like, okay, this isn't true. But you guys, and I'm not trying to be ugly, but like, you guys lied to yourself, refused to look at it, convince yourself that we're all just ignorant, wrong, and lying. But this is what I want to say. You guys are like, I know what goes on in your mind. You guys are like, how are they so confident in their position? Like, why do we, no matter how hard we try and how incredibly persuasive we are with our tactics and how we approach the conversation, why are we not bringing people away from flat Earth? You know why? Because of stuff like this, right? Like, do you know how many things like this exist? We do the research and we find out all of it's a lie. they had to do mental gymnastics and blatantly lie and deceive everyone over and over and over and over to convince them that relativity is true. They had to have relativity to explain away the evidence to show the Earth's not moving. And they did nothing but lie to try to. So, like, are we supposed to just pretend we don't know that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to get it through to them. It's like, like if you believe it is true, you still need to accept the fact that people were lying to convince everyone it was true, right? They were misrepresenting the data. They were lying about what's really going on. And you guys are all repeating things that you heard from the authority positions that are provably not true now. So it's like, does that not raise any red flags for you guys, right? Are you not like, wait a minute, they are making a good point. Everything claimed to prove relativity was totally a lie. I don't know. I guess it's weird.
I think it's a major red flag. And I can't remember which episode I watched, but you guys were talking about, there was some movie where it's supposed to prove the curve. What was it called? Around the Curve, or some documentary. And they basically faked it.
Yeah, exactly.
They faked like the helicopter, and it's like, why would you do that? Like that alone is telling. Like, come on, that's really
that was like the Stephen Hawking video. That was the Stephen Hawking documentary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude,
I didn't know that,
Hawking
and I
putting
didn't.
that together. Given the circumstances,
Given the circumstances,
that just goes to show, like, never give up on your dreams, man. That's what's up.
Given the circumstances.
Like, honestly, like, if this whole radius is exactly what they say, it should be super easy to prove. Like, it should be super easy. Like, it shouldn't even be a debate if it was literally this ball that they keep saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, how hard, you know what I'm saying? Like, there shouldn't be an argument. It should be real easy to be done. That's why I assumed when I dove into this subject that people like, well, there must be something to it, because why would people believe it? And then literally every time they try to prove the globe, it actually proves the opposite.
I know, it's like a trip, dude. It's almost like going on a trip of like taking drugs or something. Let me read some more of the donations real quick, if you guys don't mind. If you guys have something you want to say real fast, and then I'm gonna read the donations.
I was just gonna say, it gets to a point where you just start expecting it, and it's like you hear, oh, well, guess what I found out? They lied about this, this, and this, and you're like, yeah,
duh. Like, dude,
like, obviously they lied about.
Dude, we need to make sure that they understand. I want you guys, if you're on the fence, or if you Globers are seeming to not understand or whatever, right? Like, this is literally our experience. Literally, we go to the room of our fellow truthers. Then they say, you'll never guess what I found. You remember, you know how they say that this happened? Well, guess what I found? All of that's a lie. Here's all the evidence of it. And we're like, yeah, of course, right? Like we're just like, immediately we know that's the case. It just goes into a huge, gigantic pile of that happening over and over and over. That is our literal experience and how we interpret this situation. And it seems like you guys are kind of detached from that.
Or we go disprove it and find out that it actually supports us. And we're like, what the hell is this doing here? This is ours. We'll put this back on our side. Thanks very much.
Yeah. We're like, wait, because the difference is when we hear them claim that they have evidence of something, we're like, wait a minute. We literally all approach it like, wait, does the evidence actually say that that's true? Like, to this day, all of us are like, wait, does the evidence actually support relativity or something, right? And so we go research it. We want to know, is it true? We just want to know what the truth is. And then we always find out that no, it's completely lied about, misrepresented, cherry picked, and then it actually ends up refuting relativity.
Right. Yeah, almost always. That part.
Yeah.
That's our experience, guys. So that's why we're here.
Why can't we get people to leave flat Earth? Do you really not get it? Do you really not get it?
One of the videos you did, I thought was awesome, had something to do with navigation, and you're describing like the magnetic pole and how they have to use the discrepancy to make sure people aren't hitting into land masses and doing this different way. And when you went down towards Antarctica, it literally just turns you around and tells you to go back like 170 some degrees. And it's like, dude, you just found their cover up. Like, that's what they're using to cover the shit up.
Yeah.
Excuse my language. Sorry.
Oh yeah, you're good. But yeah, it's crazy. I just wanted to. I was trying to like phrase this in many ways as I can, because I almost feel bad for them, because like some of the people, they're devoted to this combo because they're here all the time, right? It's like you're missing out on what it really is. It's like this super exciting, like, invigorating pursuit of knowledge that's never ending. We're always discovering new stuff, and like we're basically like the Sherlock Holmes of physics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's actually very cool.
You and your group of friends seem to have done honestly the best job. Like I've listened to a lot of people and watched a lot of people, and I'm kind of sciencey. I like evidence. I like to see evidence and see science proof. And you have that down, like it's undisputable. Like I don't even know how anybody can even argue it. Hell, I've watched you argue with PhD astrophysicists, and they do the exact same thing. Every single one of them, they just can't cope with it. They over and over and over, and they have these circular answers. It's like, dude, you're not answering the question. Like,
yeah, it's crazy because I try to tell them that they are the number one recruiter for flat Earth. But what's up, Shane?
I was gonna say, it's good that he notices all that, because I'm worried sometimes that gets lost in the translation, that people don't see what's objectively happening, but it's just the crazy globes out.
Exactly, or the people that watch it with so like fragile cognitive dissonance that they did, like the people that watched me debate Bob the Science Guy last night on TikTok and convinced themselves that not only did he win, but that I was getting wrecked. Right? Like, okay, I mean that's like such a whole different world, that it's like. It's beyond help, bro. Right? Like
that's what happens when he kicks everyone but his fans out. And you're like, oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, and then he's like, oh man, the chat's really, really not on our side. Like, let's just make sure that no one that's not one of my subs can comment, and then we'll turn off gifts so no one can support Austin, so they'll see that. Anyway, let me read these donations real quick. Challenge Consensus, welcome to the Earth tier. Shout out to you, man. Welcome to the Miswits. Much love. It's gonna be lit, by the way. The Miswits community is gonna be lit. Bill, thank you for the $25 tip on Kofi, man. Thank you so much. Sean Broker, welcome to the Earth tier. Hey, welcome to the Miswits. Thanks for joining, man. Daniel, welcome to the Earth tier as well. So welcome to the Miswits, and it's gonna be fun, man. I appreciate you guys signing up. Seaweed Jesus, welcome to the Miswits, man. Thanks for signing up for the water tier. Kevin Gonzalez, thank you for signing up for the water tier as well. Welcome to the Miswits. I mean, it's so much better. It's so much better for people to be members here than YouTube anyway. Honestly, it's like so much better. You guys are gonna get like 100 times more perks than you did. It's crazy that I even fell for letting them like YouTube house my people. But yeah, and you've been telling me the whole time. Matthew, Matthew, thank you for the water tier sign up. Welcome to the Miswits. Huffinator, welcome to water, man. You guys are legends. Listen to all the Miswits, dude. It's awesome. Thanks for signing up for water, man. Much love. Welcome to the Miswits. November, thanks for signing up for the fire tier. Epic, bro. Thank you for signing up and welcome to the Miswits. And wow, Sasquatch just donated. Very generous donation, brother, man. $100. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate all you do. Don't get tired of teaching. Still trying to do trip to Antarctica. Yeah, dude. I actually do want to go on a trip to Antarctica next year around December. I mean, obviously it'll be like this pre-approved guided tour, but I want to go on this smaller one where we can bring some equipment. I think we actually have an in, and we'll have to keep some of the details hidden because there are actual psychopaths out there that like will try to sabotage it. But I do think I'm gonna try to go for sure. But thank you for the support and the kind words, bro. And then November, I tried to digest that Nat Geo documentary, but I can't stomach vegetables. Okay. Thank you for the tip, November, man. Much love. And I will catch up with any other future donate. Oh, popped right in. Thank you for the $10 tip. One time for the real ones. The truth is here. Whatever y'all need, I'm on. Just go give me the blue light. Okay. Thank you so much for the tip and the support, man. And like I said, I'll catch back up with you guys here in a few minutes. So again, I'll say it one more time because I just want to make sure everyone knows that if you sign up for the Miswits, so you just go to kofi.com/Witsit. That's ko-fi.com/Witsit. You can sign up to be a Miswit by picking one of the subscription tiers. You have water, fire, air, earth, or earth, air, ether. And yeah, you're going to get brought into the community if you sign up from this stream. And if you watch this back, obviously, I'm going to give everyone the leeway from signing up from this stream, right? if you sign up like maybe tomorrow or something. But then you'll get all of the perks, because I'll just say this to explain it. Like, I consider you guys a legend that you came and supported before it was officially launched, because once it really gets up and running, and then we start working with Life Reset and all those different things, and really people should be funneled through there or over to there. Everyone's gonna want to join. So the legends that join and support me before it happens, and that came and helped me when where I'm in this tricky transition period with YouTube pulling the rug out from underneath me, I want to reward you guys for having my back. So, okay, now that the housekeeping is out of the way, I'm going to share this PowerPoint again, and I want to we'll go through it, and I'll leave the discussion open for everyone, because I know most of you guys have seen a lot of this, but I do think that it's worth doing it. And if someone wants to end up clipping these, they could probably clip parts of this stream together to really break down the Michelson-Morley. I will say, the Globers that spoke up did not make it very clip worthy. They kind of ruined the sequential order. You'll have to get one off guard or something that'll just, I don't know. Anyway, here is, okay. And can you guys see it? What am I showing you guys? Oh, I am showing it to you guys. Okay. So again, we got all the questions here. So here's the depiction. This is what we expected to see if the Earth is actually revolving around the Earth at 30 kilometers per second. So this was literally what their prediction was that since the Earth is orbiting, then the one light beam is going to be that far behind the other one and cause that much of an interference pattern. They actually got it almost being in phase, just a little bit displaced. They were supposed to get 30 kilometers a second. They got something more like 6 kilometers a second, which is like 1/5 the value. And that was a major problem for them. And so they said, actually, it looks like it's 1/5 the value, but really it's 0. Just trust me on that. And anyway, here is, of course, Einstein saying that while I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to, let me pop this up full screen. I know you guys have heard some of these quotes, I'm sorry, but I came to know the strange result of Michelson's experiment. So what result did he hear? Michelson's experiment, is that what it says? So then I think that we couldn't say that relativity had nothing to do with Michelson's experiment, right? What do you guys think? Am I tripping, bro? Is there something I'm missing here?
Oh no, you're right.
I'm just trying to make sure, like.
In fact, what was the title of that page?
Well, this is from a speech. This yeah. It says, while I was you're right, but the title of the speech is how I created the theory of relativity. Shout out Daryl, bro. I'm gonna read you guys off again in a second. So while I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to know the strange result of Michelson's experiments. Soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of the Earth with respect to the ether is incorrect if we admit Michelson's null result as a fact. Of course, the null result not meaning literally 0, it means that it didn't detect the orbit of the Earth as expected. This was the first path which led me to the special theory of relativity. Oh man, Michelson-Morley has nothing to do with relativity. Since then, I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, although I have a religious belief and devotion that requires me to never challenge my presupposition that the Earth is revolving around the sun. Albert Einstein, how I created the theory of relativity.
Is that really what it said? I was looking around like, oh, a second.
Yeah, bro, yeah. Someone's going to get it. Like, see, I told you, he totally quote mine, cherry picks and quote mines.
Let's get gone, yep.
All right, this is... Let me fix the other thing here. All right. This is from Ronald Clark in Autobiography. The problem, or biography is when someone else writes it. I always forget. I don't know if it is.
Auto means that they wrote it themselves.
Right.
Biography could be one or the other.
Okay. So this would be a biography then. The problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only 3 alternatives. The first was that the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. That's Ronald W. Clark and Einstein, The Life and Times. Just to show you, like, I mean, everyone that actually understands this subject knows that they were faced with a serious difficulty of, man, it looks like the Earth's not moving. Dang, we're going to have to do something. Okay, well, either the Earth's not moving, or we throw out the ether, we throw out Newtonian mechanics, we claim that matter contracts in the direction of motion, and that the apparatus that was measuring the alleged motion that was supposed to be there, that we all believe in religiously, just so happened to contract just a sufficient amount to compensate for the missing time difference to make it look like the Earth is stationary, because time slows down and matter contracts, and just trust me, and we're actually free falling in a linear path, and we're going in a curved path, or we're not going in a curved path, and that's how it all works. Trust me, it's magic.
The first time I ever heard any of that was probably a rant just like that, and I went, "Yeah, I'm on the other side now." That's
funny.
Nope. I'm out. Yep,
it's funny. So because a lot of people like there's a group that hate when I do that, and then there's a group that's like, "Oh, thank you."
That's perfect. Yeah, I needed all of that at that speed for sure.
yeah, because you do the same thing. Okay, the next one. The struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus, which is geocentric, heliocentric, would be quite meaningless because the coordinate systems could be used with equal justification. The two sentences that the sun's at rest and the Earth moves, or the sun moves and the Earth is at rest, would simply mean two different coordinate systems. Of course, that's not even what we're talking about specifically. To the question whether or not the motion of the Earth can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we've already remarked in Section 5 that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result, and he is specifically referring to Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Morley type tests, but not just those. He said all of them, right? Because they actually start discussing any way they could even think of to detect the motion. They can't think of anything to be done on the Earth to detect the motion of the Earth through space, the orbit, right? And so he's talking about Section 5 from his paper, Relativity, Special and General Theory, which I have pulled up and we can look at in just a second. So he said that he's come to the conclusion where he said any optical experiment right here, which means anything using light, like Michelson-Morley in this depiction right here. And then here he says any terrestrial experiment, like we talked about in Section 5. Of course, a globe earther, prior to pretending that we are misunderstanding or misrepresenting or quote mining this because they don't know what quote mining or cherry picking is, could of course go read Section 5. But they just, I don't know, they won't for some reason. And it explains that, dude, they can't detect the motion of the Earth. It doesn't work. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. Which negative result? The negative results of the attempts to detect the motion of the Earth in space with experiments on the Earth. So relativity was needed to try to reconcile it. This goes back to when he said, Michelson, Michelson-Morley brought us into such great embarrassment that that's the only reason that people really even consider relativity. Okay, that's in Special and General Theory. Here is Einstein saying, but when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. Here is Einstein saying that the word ether has changed its meaning many times in the development of science. At the moment, it no longer stands for a medium built up of particles. Its story, by no means finished, is continued by the theory of relativity. And that's in the Evolution of Physics, 1938. Because, this is after Michelson, Gale, Pearson. They're starting to realize, like, okay, man, dang, space really has to have physical properties, and he's kind of tripping, but he can't really have the ether the way that it actually exists or was previously understood. But that's just in here for some reason. Quote, I believe that I have really found the relationship between gravitation and electricity, assuming that the Miller experiments are based on a fundamental error. Otherwise, the whole relativity theory collapses like a house of cards. That's Albert Einstein in a letter to Robert Millikan in June 1921. Dayton Miller was the one that replicated Michelson-Morley and continued to find the exact same results. That's Einstein saying, well, if those tests are correct and it's not just some fundamental error, then my entire theory collapses. Quote, my opinion about Miller's experiments is the following. Should the positive result be confirmed, then the special theory of relativity, and with it the general theory of relativity, in its current form would be invalid. Experiment is a supreme judge. Only the equivalence of inertia and gravitation would remain. However, they would have to lead to a significantly different theory, Albert Einstein in a letter 4 years later to Slauson. And that's the same quote. Here is a depiction so you can understand what was supposed to happen. If you have the interferometry, the lasers, so one's moving with the motion of the Earth and one's moving against the motion of the Earth, if you see this here, right? So then they get split, they come back, they recombine, right? Well, the the actual path that is that's moving different than the other path in relation to the motion has to take a greater path. If you see here, that since that one was deflected because the orbit, right? I mean, just make sure that we all understand this here. So if you see the pink line here, I think that's pink, right? It's going now, what it's doing as it's going up right now is it's going against the orbit of the Earth. The orbit's going across our screen. So this yellow line keeps moving with the orbit of the Earth, right? But now this other one's going against it. So now it's being displaced. So the actual path is different. So that gives you an interference pattern. Now, what they try to say here is that this is so stupid, dude. They try to say that as seen by moving observers, it'll look like it's stationary, and that as seen by stationary observers, it'll look like it's moving. So it's just complete and total mental gymnastics. The bending and warping of your brain. That's what it is. It's the bending and warping of the mind. So anyway, it's a pretty cool depiction in case you don't really know what it is. It's how the interferometer works. There should have been interference pattern. There wasn't. You guys get it. Okay. Now let me move back over here. That's just some of the basic quotes of Einstein talking about Michelson. There are many more. Shout out to Sasquatch. I will read all the subs off in a minute. I don't know if you guys have anything that you want to throw in, or we can pop up. We can pop up this paper real quick. I just want to make sure everyone kind of understands. Is there something that I'm like missing? I mean, do one of you guys want to kind of cover the contraction aspect, and then I'll pull the paper up to kind of back it up?
Yeah, so I can do that. So the contraction aspect, the gamma factor correction, that's what their reference system, when they invoke a time difference between two observers to maintain the speed of light, it's usually in reference to how they can contract the coordinate system, and they do that through the gamma factor correction. That's the Lorentz contraction. So when you do the transformation, you correct the axis of motion, so that your direction of motion axis, that's your x-axis, and then they have a world line because they added time, right? So it's x, y, z, t in their coordinate system. So your timeline is always perpendicular to your direction of motion. So your t line gets a gamma factor correction as well in the transformation. So through that, they have two reference frames that are backwards compatible with each other, that they can describe velocity, different velocities through, and show a quote unquote difference in time, right? While using the speed of light as the measuring stick for the velocity.
Wow.
Wow, I never heard it that quite intricate, but it sounds even dumber that way.
Well, it's kinematics, so who's moving towards who? Are you contracting towards me, or am I contracting towards you? It's one of those deals.
Whatever I need at the time.
It's the old cat and mouse game of contraction. So you're always looking for it, but it already happened. It's too fast.
Dude, I can't believe people are like, what happened? Everything changed, but we can't tell it, but it's still the same way. What? All right. Listen, I gotta find a new belief system.
Yeah, it traveled further, but everything contracted, so when you try to measure it, you can't tell. And it took longer to get there, but time slowed down, so you couldn't tell. And so it basically made it look like the Earth wasn't moving, and that it did travel the same distance and take the same time, even though it took a greater time and it traveled further, but it was just an illusion.
And then they called him Einstein the Earth Mover, and everyone knows why.
Yeah, the Einsteinian sky demons. And then the crazy part is that they'll come and say it with confidence. Actually, I will say, when it comes to the length contraction thing, the Globe Earther does not defend that. They say, and we're about to correct this one as well, right? They say they say, no, it doesn't contract. It doesn't contract. Relativity has nothing to do with Michelson-Morley. It doesn't require contraction to explain Michelson-Morley. It's like, you don't even understand it. In order to claim that the Earth is free falling in an orbit, right, you're going to have to invoke specific interpretations of time and space and reference frames. What that means is you have to invoke contraction. That's a fact. In fact, the reason that you were forced to do this is because of Michelson-Morley specifically. don't believe me, we'll just read Einstein right here. So in one of the most noticeable of these attempts, Michelson devised a method which appears to as though it must be decisive. I know you guys have heard me break this down quite a bit, like the people on the panel for sure, right? But it just seems that like the Globers check out. I don't know. So in one of the most notable of these attempts, which attempts? To detect the motion of the Earth, right? So if you come right up here, the second class of facts to which we have alluded has reference to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth can be made, motion of Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments. I'll make sure I'm not stepping away from the mic. We have already remarked in section 5 that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Now that's the quote we just read earlier, right? So now you guys are seeing the context here. Why is it not moving? Oh man, it's like frozen on here. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. The inherited prejudices about time and space did not allow any doubt to arise as to the importance of the Galileo transformation. So it's talking about how the interpretation of space and time was the problem. So in one of the most notable of these attempts, what attempts again? To detect the motion of the Earth. Michelson devised a method which appears as though it must be decisive. So when someone says, wait, it wouldn't even be sensitive enough to detect it, that's incorrect, right? So listen to your buddy Einstein, who saved your model, and you still have to use his theory to this day, right? Michelson devised a method which appears as though it must be decisive, because it was over 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be to detect the orbit of the Earth. He then describes the Michelson-Morley, imagine how the mirrors are laying and everything. He says here that when the body is moving perpendicularly to the planes of the mirrors from the resulting when the motion is parallel to these planes, I explained the difference in time and the prime, between like the relative and prime. And then it says here, although the estimated difference between these two times is exceedingly small, right? Meaning, I actually have to read it. Sorry. Okay, so imagine two mirrors so arranged on a rigid body that the reflecting surfaces face each other. A ray of light requires a perfectly definite time, t, so a definite time, to pass from one mirror to the other and back again if the whole system be at rest with respect to the ether. It is found by calculation, however, that a slightly different time, t prime, is required for this process if the body together with the mirrors be moving relatively to the ether. And yet another point, it is shown by calculation that for a given velocity v, with reference to the ether, this time, t prime, is different when the body is moving perpendicularly to the planes of the mirrors, from that resulting when the motion is parallel to these planes. Although the estimated difference between these two times is exceedingly small, Michelson and Morley performed an experiment involving interference in which this difference should have been clearly detectable. So then, okay, so when are we all kind of in agreement here that it's not a viable response or rebuttal to claim that Michelson-Morley wasn't sensitive enough to detect the orbit? I mean, it appears to me that it's pretty straightforward, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine claiming that. Why? Who would do that?
Yeah, because they're starting to get so desperate now with this list of questions that we laid out earlier. That's one of the things I've been hearing them say is like,
wow.
yeah. So that's just not correct, right? I mean, it absolutely was sensitive enough to detect 1 degree per day. It was over 10 times more sensitive, and since then we have way more sensitive equipment, right? And this is why Einstein said this test should have been decisive.
Dude, the trick is you can't get out of it. I like how you keep trying to get out of it, though. Like, oh, there's definitely a way I can wiggle out. No. It's presented like this because there is not any way, right?
Yeah, there's like actually no way out. It's just either accept your belief for what it actually is, or please stop going around trying to convince us of something that it's not even like actually claiming to be, right? It's super weird. Okay, so although the estimated time difference between these two times is exceedingly small, of course it is, right? Because in the grand scheme of things, you're only going 1 degree per day. You're going 30 kilometers per second, but around the sun through an immense distance, right? So you're only going like roughly 360 degrees every 365 days. That's just like roughly 1 degree per day. So the difference that you're going to get between the two light beams is not a huge amount because, you're only going a degree a day. So there's only a small amount of displacement effect. So although the estimated difference between these two times is exceedingly small, Michelson and Morley performed an experiment involving interference in which the difference should have been clearly detectable. But the experiment gave a negative result, a fact very perplexing to physicists. Lorentz and Fitzgerald...
Are you sharing on Discord as well?
Actually, probably not. So good point. I am now. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, my bad. But the experiment gave a negative result, a fact very perplexing to physicists. Lorentz and Fitzgerald rescued the theory from this difficulty. Wait, which difficulty? That they weren't able to actually detect it because it gave them a negative result. So Lorentz and Fitzgerald rescued the theory from difficulty. This difficulty being that they created an experiment involving interference that should have clearly detected the time difference between the two light beams in relation to the motion of the Earth in orbits. So they saved the theory from difficulty by assuming that the motion of the body relative to the ether produces a contraction of the body in the direction of motion, meaning that the apparatus actually physically contracted in the direction of motion, just the sufficient amount. Okay. The amount of contraction being just sufficient to compensate for the difference in the time mentioned above. It's so crazy, dude. It's so crazy. So like, even though it's an exceedingly small amount, it could be precisely measured with interference. So we're 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be. So even though it was a small amount, it could be detected with very precise measurement. They got a negative result, and it was very perplexing to all the physicists. So a couple physicists, Lorentz and Fitzgerald, rescued the theory from difficulty by claiming that the body actually contracted in the direction of motion exactly the right amount that was missing for the predicted time difference if the Earth is actually orbiting the sun. On its face right there, it's just ridiculous. Oh, it's like saying, I have a ruler. If the Earth is orbiting, the ruler should read 11 inches. It doesn't read 11 inches, but what actually happened was the ruler shrinked, but looks like it didn't shrink, so it's going to actually read what we predicted even though that it didn't. It's like, okay, that wasn't well put. Like, it's very simple, and everyone here I think knows this. They're claiming that when the light beams get split and then they separate, they come back, one of them should be separated because the Earth is orbiting. It wasn't. They just said that the actual apparatus itself contracted just in the direction of motion, just the right amount that it'll look like the Earth is not moving and you won't see the interference pattern. Now, this is the most important part. This is why I'm reading this part. Okay. Comparison with this discussion in section 12 shows that from the standpoint also, why is it doing that? Also, of the theory of relativity, this solution of the difficulty was the right one. Wait, so what is he saying there? I found out that it is a bit of a reading comprehension issue, right? So it's like he says that according to relativity also, the solution to this difficulty was the right one. Again, what was the solution to the difficulty? Was that the apparatus contracted just a sufficient amount to compensate for the missing time difference predicted by the orbit of the Earth's motion, right? So therefore, relativity absolutely was introduced to help explain Michelson-Morley, and it absolutely does invoke contraction, right? It says, but on the basis of the theory of relativity, the method of interpretation is incomparably more satisfactory. This is what he's saying, is that it's the same solution to the problem, right? That there's contraction that compensates for the missing time difference to create the illusion that the Earth is not moving. But that from relativity's interpretation of it is more satisfactory because they were saying the ether was physically compressing the object, and you can actually go test that. And they did. And that means that you should actually be able to physically measure that it got shorter. And when they went to test it, they could obviously tell that it didn't get shorter. But relativity's interpretation is, well, you're not going to be able to measure it and see if it got shorter because everything is getting shorter, as in the Earth, the space around the Earth, you, your apparatus, everything, right? The path of the light. And the reason that everything is contracting is because it's in relation to the Earth. So what people will say is, oh no, there's no contraction on the Earth. Yeah, if you just took the Earth and just looked at it by itself and pretended that it was stationary, but of course, relativity says that nothing is stationary, everything's in motion, but that there is no motion other than relative motion. So the Earth is moving in relation to the sun. It's moving around the sun. That's what we're talking about, is the difficulty of not detecting the fringe shift based on the orbit of the sun, the Earth around the sun, right? So therefore, based on the Earth moving around the sun, then we should have detected the displacement, and we didn't because the Earth is contracting along with the apparatus in relation to the sun. Its motion in relation to the sun. So hopefully I didn't make that more confusing. I think it's pretty straightforward. They're saying that if the Earth, well, it's relativity, it's not straightforward, but if the Earth is moving around the sun, then what's happening is, in relation to the sun, the Earth is actually contracting as well as the apparatus. So literally, to explain Michelson-Morley, you do have to invoke physical contraction of the apparatus. It just isn't contracting in relation to the Earth. It's contracting in relation to the sun. Did I did a good job of explaining that? Can you guys be honest with me? And did I make it more confusing?
I didn't even know they were trying to wriggle out that way. So when you were closing that hole, I was like, what is he? Oh, all right, cool. Yep. Makes total sense.
They definitely are. They definitely do, yeah. When I say they, it's like FDFE and stuff back in the day. All right. Here, the contracting of moving bodies follows the two fundamental principles of the theory without the introduction of a particular hypothesis. And as the prime factor involved in this contraction, we find not the motion in itself, to which we cannot attach any meaning. You mean like everything in relativity? You cannot attach any actual meaning to anything in relativity. But the motion with respect to the body of reference chosen in this particular case in point. He's saying that, you cannot just arbitrarily randomly pick something and say it's contraction. It's always going to have to, you can't just attach any true meaning to the motion, and any motion, including the Earth's orbit, unless it's going to be specifically in relation to something else. So in respect to the body of reference chosen in the particular case in point, in this particular case in point, the body of reference is the sun, right? It's the Earth orbiting the sun at 30 kilometers a second. So thus, for a coordinate system moving with the Earth, the mirror system of Michelson and Morley is not shortened, but it is shortened for a coordinate system which is at rest relatively to the sun. So when I say that, what he's saying is that there is a contraction in relation to the body of reference chosen in this particular case, which is the sun. You don't have to take my word for it, because the very next statement is, but it is shortened for a coordinate system which is at rest relatively to the sun. Right. So he says it himself. He's explaining it. If you understood the context of Michelson-Morley, you would already know that has to be the case. So he is point blank explaining that the apparatus's contraction due to the direction of the orbit compensates for the missing time difference to hide the fact that the Earth is orbiting, causing us to not be able to detect it. And that contraction is in relation to motion around the sun. Okay. So there's that. I don't think we have to go too much further, although I will look this up really quick. Okay, I don't know what just happened. Jeez Louise. All right. See. There we go. Here we go. This part's important, and then we can move on. Okay. If the principle of relativity, well, it's right here. Now, in virtue of its motion in an orbit around the sun, like the fact they're coping so hard and claiming relativity had nothing to do with Michelson-Morley, and Michelson-Morley had nothing to do with the orbit of the Earth, and they didn't have to introduce relativity to actually explain away the results of Michelson-Morley that show that they couldn't detect the orbit of the Earth, is an insanely just ignorant misrepresentation. It's just coping, right? Because that's what the whole entire explanation is in his paper here. He talks about it extensively. Again, this is Relativity Special and General Theory. It'll be in my Telegram, t.me/WitsitStreams. Okay, now in virtue of its motion, look, it's talking, we'll get into this some other time, but it's talking about the actual supposed rotation as well, which is very, very interesting. It's some more gravy, but now, in virtue of its motion in an orbit around the sun, our Earth is comparable with the railway carriage traveling with a velocity of about 30 kilometers per second. If the principle of relativity were not valid, we should therefore expect that the direction of motion of the Earth at any moment would enter into the laws of nature, and also that physical systems in their behavior would be dependent on the orientation in space with respect to the Earth. So he's saying if... Go ahead.
It turns out nothing ever does account for that. Satellites, anything, geostation, nothing ever accounts for that, weirdly.
Yeah, of course. So he's saying that if it wasn't for relativity being our excuse, then we would have to acknowledge that, you know, the motion of the Earth is going to have real life effects in accordance with the laws of nature that would allow us to detect it. Okay? That's what he's saying. Okay, and also that physical systems and their behavior would be dependent on the orientation in space with respect to the Earth, which is saying that the system, like the effect you're going to see in real life, right, enter the laws of nature. That's what he's saying. The effect that you would be able to actually perceive in real life in the natural world in relation to the Earth's motion would be in relation to its orientation in space, meaning where it is in relation to which direction it's moving in that orbit, right? You're going to be able to he's simply saying, if it's not for relativity, then Michelson-Morley would be able to detect the Earth's orbit. That's what he's saying. Point blank, that's what he's saying. I do get, he has a specific way of writing that, you know, I get that he can be hard to follow, but that's clearly what he's saying. With respect to the Earth, for owing to the alteration in direction of the velocity of rotation, he's referring to the Earth's orbit as rotation. That's why the asterisk here comes down and says the word rotation was correctly changed to revolution in later editions. So what does this mean? Well, of course, at the time, everyone understood that if the Earth is orbiting around the sun, that's a rotation because it's moving around the center of axis, right? A rotation. It's rotating around the sun. That's why he calls it a rotation. That's the context of this entire part of the paper. For owing to the alteration in direction of the velocity of the rotation of the Earth in the course of a year, the Earth cannot be at rest relative to the hypothetical system K throughout the whole year. However, the most careful observations have never revealed such anisotropic properties in terrestrial physical space, right? Meaning with the preferred direction, right? Anisotropic means a preferred direction. You know how they say that space has isotropic distribution or whatever, right? Anisotropic means the opposite of preferred direction. It's no preferred direction. Or isotropic means no preferred direction. Anisotropic means preferred direction. So it's like, however, the most careful observations that we've ever done on the Earth have never revealed that there actually is a preferred direction for these physical effects in physical space on the Earth. Okay, so i.e. a physical non-equivalence of different directions, meaning that all directions are equivalent. Even though if we're actually moving through space, we expect, based on the laws of nature, that we would be able to see a difference in relation to which direction we were moving in that orbit. This is a very powerful argument in favor of the principle of relativity, which is a nice wizardry way of saying this directly contradicts all other physical experiments and empirical understanding, and we are required to use something like relativity to explain away the fact that the laws of nature dictate that you would see anisotropic preferred direction effects in the physical world if the Earth was actually orbiting. So there you go. I know that that's kind of a lot. I wanted to cover that page, and I find it very, very telling, right? It just point blank says that the word rotation was correctly changed to revolution in later editions. So that was for some people, not for some people, but hopefully that was edifying. And the point is that they had to change the very definition of what orbit is from the Newtonian understanding of rotation in an actual curved path with a force to the idea of a revolution in Einsteinian mechanics, which is that it's free falling in a linear path. That means this is required to explain Michelson-Morley. So, sorry, I know that may have ended up being a bit dense.
What's the year of that publication?
This publication specifically, question 1920.
Gotcha. So 5 years before MGP. So that's funny, right? Because 5 years later, all of science had to kind of accept the fact that there actually was an anisotropy of space.
Yeah, exactly.
MGP.
Exactly. And that's when Michelson comes out and says, we proved relativity. Because what he's saying, because they were denying relativity, rejecting it. They thought it was ridiculous. They knew there had to be an ether. They're like, this is ridiculous. No, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. There's something else we haven't figured out. But then when they did Michelson-Gale-Pearson, they were stuck, right? Either you get rid of the orbit or you're stuck. How do you have an ether and you have the anisotropic detection, right? You're detecting the preferred direction of the rotation, of the sidereal rotation, but then you're not detecting the orbit. So you're stuck.
The first thing you would do is you would straw man the ether and say that it would get trapped in the tubes and therefore it wouldn't produce a fringe. So the only possible explanation is that relativity could explain it with respect to the fixed stars only through the mechanism of a preferred coordinate system to even attempt to explain it without the mechanism of contraction.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, like the history of it's very interesting though, right? Because what someone can do is be like, look how stupid Witsit and these flat earthers are. Here's Michelson saying that after Michelson-Gale-Pearson, that he proved the ether. I mean, that he proved relativity, right? But that requires not understanding the context of what's going on.
I'm sorry, there's one more component to the cover-up too. It's to ignore the first-order velocity relationship and then use the pre-prescribed globular rotation for the 15 degrees per hour under the second-order analysis of relativity. Sorry, that's a critical component to making it all fit the globe. Sorry, I almost dropped the ball there. Apologies.
Excellent selective use on their part, though, huh?
Wow, yeah. So let me go ahead and throw out this warning to everyone. I'm going to, in like maybe 5 to 10 minutes, I'm going to go read the subscriptions and donations for the last time. So if you have something that you want me to read off or anything you want to say, or if you want to sign up for the Miswits, go donate in the next 10 minutes. Ko-fi.com/Witsit, just so you guys know. And I will always read whatever comes in after the fact in the next stream. So when we go to the next stream, if you donate after this stream or whatever for playback or after the next 10 minutes, I'll read you guys on the first time I read donations the next stream. And then I'm going to end up wrapping it up after I read those. So to just kind of recap with that part of it is that they didn't detect the orbit of the Earth. And then they were like, okay, but we can't get rid of the ether. That's ridiculous. So they started coming up with ideas like, oh, the ether's making it contract just the amount. I mean, even that's just absolutely preposterous, right? It's so religiously desperate to try to keep the orbit that you're like, the apparatus contracted just the right amount to trick everyone into thinking that the Earth was stationary because the ether is actually pressing down onto the matter, causing it to contract. And I can't tell you why it just so happens to contract the perfect amount, but it has to keep the orbit alive. Even that's just absolutely asinine, right? But at least they were still like, they still understood, like, we have to have an ether, bro. Now, what Einstein did was take the actual mechanism, not really explain it, still not explained to this day, of course can't be detected, and then throughout the ether. Now, they were like, okay, well, you're a crazy person. Right? Einstein's a crazy person trying to get rid of the ether. That's not even intellectually viable. So we'll just ignore the crazy person that forgets to put clothes on. But then they come down the path to Michelson-Gale-Pearson, and they do detect the rotation. They did not expect to. They were just going to try to. And then they did. And they're like, wait a minute. We got a problem. We can't have the ether as we understand it and the orbit with Newtonian mechanics. We got a serious problem, right? I mean, they already couldn't really, but they're like, dang, what's going on? Now we're forced to say the only way out is to use something like Einstein's relativity. Like they were stuck, because how can you have a detection of the rotation of the Earth, but not the orbit of the Earth? You're going to have to do some mental gymnastics to say that the rotation and the orbit are different. Right? And so anyway, he comes out and makes a public statement. Basically, he presents it as if it's like congratulatory that he's successful, because, I mean, think about it. This is like decades of him trying to really iron this out. If you really look into Michelson, he was obsessed with this, with the interferometry and measuring the motion and figuring out what's going on with the ether. So this was like his life's work, basically, like the pinnacle of his life's work. So he had to do something, right? So then he comes out, he's like, okay, we have proven Einstein right. We've proven the theory of relativity because we've detected the sidereal rotation with a 98% accuracy with, our Michelson-Gale-Pearson test. So that's the context of it. So, and ironically, if you were to, really what he's basically saying is the Earth is geocentric. He may not, he seemed to be so religiously devoted to heliocentrism, he didn't realize it, or he just was saying what he had to say. He knew he couldn't get away with saying that the Earth is geocentric, and that's when he realized it. But either way, what he's saying when he says, oh, I proved relativity, he's saying that the Earth is geocentric. That's what he's actually saying, right? Because it is impossible to actually detect an anisotropic distribution or anisotropic detection, right, with the sidereal rotation, but not the orbit. And that's what Alan likes to cover, right? The different aspects of the mental gymnastics that they have to do to try to pretend they can explain the Sagnac effect and hijack it, while not acknowledging the fact that you can't really have them both at the same time. Either you can detect it or you can't, right? Either you're detecting the motion or you're not.
They love selective employment, though. Alan's got to be around to correct them, or they'll keep doing it all day long.
Yeah, man. So Michelson morally actually falsified heliocentrism and proved geocentrism, and then Michelson-Gale-Pearson just took that ball and just windmilled, right? Like that's really
just full sent an ether wind with respect to a stationary Earth, because that's really the only way to interpret it. It's like you got this velocity component that you keep measuring, and the gradient gets stronger as you get closer to the sky, which we haven't really covered, but we got this velocity component. It's like, but it doesn't match our orbital velocity, and it only seems to correspond to sidereal time. What's the implication? Are we just a stationary spinning ball?
Were they really trying to cop the ether, or were they just trying to retain heliocentrism?
For what?
So because you can easily copy ether if you just get rid of that rotation you think you need, right? So if they're trying to really incorporate the ether correctly, then they would.
No, they fully had to get rid of the ether and then tell people to disregard the first order velocity ratio in Michelson-Gale-Pearson.
Just so we're clear.
Just use whatever. Yeah, and then use the glob. shout out to the glob. It's like, how does it measure exactly 15 degrees per hour, 1,000 miles at the equator, which is imperceptible, only measured through interferometry with a ratio skewed from a second order interpretation of a first order measurement? Well, when you tell people to ignore that first order measurement and first order ratio, and then you get to follow the subsequent interpretation where they've provided you with an angular rotation rate to fit the globular model at a 15 degree per hour rate, well, that's how you do it. Mystery solved.
Yep, you can contract your way out of reality and do whatever you like. It's fine.
Yep.
Sorry, I was on mute. So what I'm going to do, if everyone wants to kind of think about some of like their final remarks or anything else they want to say, just kind of think about it for a second. And I'm going to go back through the questions really quickly and explain the basic line of logic so we can go unimpeded. And then I will read the donations, and then I'll let everyone say their closing statements. Sound good? Because my eyes are getting super heavy because of the lights. Yeah. Okay. Here's the recap. Let me move this over. Did Michelson debunk the ether? The Globers will say yes. The mainstream narrative and propaganda and indoctrination has told us that that's what Michelson-Morley did, that it was the greatest failed experiment in the history of physics, and that it just showed there's not an ether, just like the video that we played. I'll drop that link for you in the Telegram, t.me/WitsitStreams. Link's also in the description if you want to get the resources to the stream. I'll drop the PowerPoint with the questions, the screenshots, the actual PDFs, as well as that video. That kind of tells you like the mainstream position, which is that they tried to detect the orbit of the Earth and they didn't get what they predicted. And then they tried 6 months later and didn't get it. And then they were assuming, okay, that if there was an ether, that we would have got that. So the quote unquote, the only possible explanation is to get rid of the ether. That's what they've all been told to believe, been told to say. That's what all the anti-flat earth channels like Professor Dave and Simon Dan and MC Toon and FTFE have all been just religiously repeating. That's what all the other Globers have been saying. So they just keep repeating it like a broken record, because that's the only way that they know about this, is that they trusted that someone else understood it and was smarter than them or more research than them, and they told them what to say or think about it.
Also, that's how propaganda works. Repeat, keep it short,
Exactly, yeah. So just repeat, easy to remember phrases. So they're like mass whack mass, right? So it's like, did Michelson-Morley debunk the ether? Yes, and they'll just repeat the phrase. Michelson-Morley disproved the ether. And it had nothing to do with the motion of the Earth. And relativity had nothing to do with Michelson-Morley. All right, they repeat those phrases over and over. All right. Is all that is needed to explain Michelson-Morley from within a heliocentric framework the removal of an ether? They will say, yeah, that's all it did, was just show that there is no ether. It had nothing to do with the motion of the Earth. They already knew that. That was a known variable, Austin. That was a known variable. So it had nothing to do with that. It just disproved the ether. And so all you had to do to explain Michelson-Morley was to remove the ether. Now you notice that the Globers are now saying, oh, I wouldn't say so. No, there probably is something else. Well, dude, they weren't saying that like 2 days ago, right? So this is a major shift, and it's a step in the right direction. So anyway, they'll all start coming around, or they'll just blatantly lie, be dishonest, avoid the question, completely obfuscate, pretend that somehow they have the intellectual high ground while they're avoiding the actual logical conclusion. They'll do what everyone was doing when they jumped on earlier and just avoid it like the plague. But there's nothing you can do with that if someone makes a conscious decision to be dishonest. But other than that, people that are going to engage in good faith, they're going to start to pivot because there's no way out of this. All I have to say, they used to say yes is the answer to this. That's all that's needed, is to remove the ether to explain MMX. Next, can we use an interferometer to detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path? They would say yes, of course, because that's what the Sagnac effect is, and we used the interference pattern within a ring laser gyro to detect the curved motion of the Earth rotating. Right? It's like, okay, well, can that be done without an ether? And they would say, yes, of course, because there is no ether, and we do it every single day. That's how we detect the rotation of the Earth. It's like, okay, so you can detect the motion of an object moving in a curved path with interferometry without an ether. Okay, cool. Next is the Earth moving in a curved path around the sun? The answer is yes. Now, Newton says just yes. That's all Newton says. right? Specifically, Newton actually said that space is absolute and fixed, and so there is an absolute, there is reality. That's why actually Newtonian is superior to Einsteinian, logically speaking. It doesn't even fully work logically, but it's far superior logically, right? Like if you were to create a spectrum, because at least Newton acknowledged like antecedents such as an absolute reference, and like physical properties requiring actual substantive physical medium like the ether, right? So anyway, according to Newton, the answer is just yes. Is the Earth moving in a curved path around the sun? Newtonian mechanics just simply says yes. Einstein says yes and no. It's moving in a curved path, but it's not curving, right? So Newton says yes. Einstein says yes and no. It's moving, it's curving and not curving. Meaning that from the Earth, it's free falling in a straight path, so not curving. But from the reference frame of, say, the sun, it's curving around the sun. So it's doing both depending on reference frame. Okay, can interferometry be used to detect an object moving in a curved path, with or without the ether? We just kind of asked that question in the previous slide, but the answer has to be yes from their paradigm. Okay, so the Earth is moving in a curved path, and interferometry can be used to detect an object moving in a curved path, with or without an ether. Okay. Then, did the interferometer in Michelson-Morley detect the assumed orbit of the Earth, i.e. the assumed curved path of the Earth through space? No. The answer is no. It, of course, did not do that. So, would removing the ether alone explain the results of Michelson-Morley? No. Because it would have still had to detect the motion of the Earth moving around the sun in a curved path with interferometry, regardless if there's an ether. You can't have two contradictory beliefs at the same time that, even without the ether, the interferometer detects the curved motion of the Earth's rotation with the ring laser gyro, but at the same time believe that an interferometer cannot detect a curved path, right? So you're going to have to actually change your claim to say the Earth's orbit is different than the Earth's rotation and that the Earth's orbit is not a curved path. So that leads into the next question. Well, then, so did Michelson-Morley debunk Newtonian mechanics? The answer is yes. The reason that Einsteinian mechanics was really needed, pushed forward, even according to Einstein himself, the first path was led him to his theory of relativity, was figuring out about the results of Michelson-Morley. He just explained the details of how he had to go about it, right? How he had to explain it. He says that if Michelson hadn't have thrown us into such great embarrassment, then probably no one would have even considered my theory as like a halfway redemption because people just thought it was crazy. But Michelson-Morley kind of embarrassed us so much that people were so thirsty for some type of answer to safe heliocentrism that relativity was accepted reluctantly. So did Michelson-Morley debunk Newtonian mechanics? Absolutely. Because if it is an actual curved path through absolute space with a force acting on it, pulling it from the straight path, then you would be able to detect it with interferometer. But Einstein said, no, it's not curving, it's going straight. So you have to change the definition of orbit with Einsteinian mechanics. Very simple. And so then the conclusion here, the final question is, if relativity is required to explain Michelson-Morley by explaining the orbit of the Earth cannot be detected, would a consistent detection of motion falsify heliocentrism / relativity? And of course, if you falsify relativity, you're falsifying heliocentrism. And it's not like, there may just be another theory. No, any theory that's supposedly going to keep heliocentrism alive, right, in terms of like what the gravity theory is, has to be relativistic, right? Because you have to explain why we can't detect MMX. If something would ever in theory come after relativity, it would still have to be relativistic because it has to explain why we couldn't detect the motion of the Earth around the sun with the interferometry and the Michelson-Morley experiment, okay? But the question is, if relativity is required to explain away the results of Michelson-Morley by saying that the Earth's motion cannot be detected because it's actually free falling in a straight path, then would a consistent detection of motion with MMX and replications, would that falsify heliocentrism? And the answer is yes. It's absolutely yes, right? Because now you have nowhere to go. Would it falsify relativity? Yes. That's actually been done. It was done at the time. And we read the quotes from Einstein saying, well, if Dayton Miller, who was replicating Michelson-Morley, hundreds of thousands, actually millions of measurements. If his measurements are correct, if his results are true, and they're not just some fundamental instrumental error that we can't figure out but must be there, then my whole theory is wrong. And if his whole theory is wrong, the heliocentric model is wrong. That's been replicated, again, over 5 million measurements and replicated even in the 21st century. So there is a consistent detection of motion, even though relativity stepped in to try to save the heliocentric model by claiming that you can't actually detect the motion and that it should be zero, and that when you get the fringe shift, it's just an error. Well, it's been consistent. You don't have instrumental error consistently caring about cardinal direction, caring about altitude, caring about solar motion, the equinoxes. That's not how that works. You know, if my watch is 1 second behind, it isn't accurate when I hold my hand to the east, but then inaccurate and 1 second behind when I hold it to the west. No, it would just be 1 second behind. It wouldn't care about direction. It wouldn't care about altitude. It wouldn't care what time of the year it is. There would be something in my instrument that's wrong that makes it 1 second off. That's what instrumental error is. So, in conclusion, Michelson-Morley disproved Newtonian mechanics. You can't just claim it disproved the ether. It required you invoke Einsteinian mechanics to try to explain it away. And the fact that it does detect the fringe shift consistently, right, in relation to altitude, direction, and time of year, this disproves the ad hoc, post hoc rationalization, reification fallacy that is relativity, right? It is falsified with the fact that we continue to detect the fringe shift. So therefore, heliocentrism has been falsified, and in fact, for over a century. So, okay, cool. That's the conclusion, and I will show you guys the screenshots, and you can also go to my Telegram. You can get them. I do encourage, like, if you like, kind of familiarize yourself with that, and no one can get out of this sequential logic. And so then we can just move on. Now, what they're going to keep on doing, if you're around these people that just keep on repeating the script that, no, all Michelson-Morley did was disprove the ether, like, walk them through this. If they start just taking like 10 minutes to answer the yes or no question, and they start just changing the subject and convoluting the conversation and trying to bring up other things and project onto you that they're smarter than you, and they like just be like, all right, bro, respectfully, I'm going to disengage because you're engaging in bad faith, and I'm not interested. If someone doesn't do that and they act in good faith, then this is a very efficient way to kind of get to the conclusion. All right, cool. Now I'm going to quickly read. Dude, my eyes are getting so heavy. It's crazy. I'm going to read through the donations, and then we are going to wrap it up. I'm going to let everyone give their closing. All right, Daryl Davis, thank you so much for signing up for the Earth tier, my brother. Shout out to my boy, and welcome to the Miswits, bro. Husker Bob, hope you don't mind a white male veteran traditional Catholic true earther. That's 5 checks on the FBI terrorist watch list. Following you. Love your work. Of course I don't care, my brother, but thank you so much for the support. And that's pretty funny, but I mean, I'm right there with you, brother. I don't think you follow me is going to change it. Thank you for the $10 tip. Sasquatch, welcome to the Earth tier. Welcome to the Miswits, man. Thanks for signing up. And Base Jumper, hey, welcome to the Air tier. That's what I'm talking about, Base Jumper. Welcome to the Miswits, man. Thank you for signing up. It's going to be dope, man. I'm going to reveal that in the next couple days, and then we'll have the merch out and stuff like that. JJ Hempcrete Bear, very generous $50 tip, brother. Thank you so much. Shout out to my boy. That is JJ's CBD rub. And keep on crushing, my brother. Seriously killing it. Thank you so much, man, for the kind words and for the support. And then another one just came in at the end. Real Offended signed up for the Earth tier. Shout out to my boy Real Offended. Welcome to the Miswits, brother, man. Thanks for supporting. Shout out to all the people that are helping follow over and support me after YouTube axed me and demonetized me because my content is too sensitive and harmful. So thank you to everyone that supported and anyone that does in the future. And if anyone does support through Cash App or PayPal, I will read it off in the next stream. And you can also go to the description if you want my P.O. box because people keep asking, and I'll try to read those off here soon. Okay. I know that was a little bit longer than I predicted, but All right, man. Shout out to the panel, man. Thank you guys for being here and persevering through all of that with me. I know it was a lot and somewhat redundant, but yeah, if you guys just want to go around and kind of say your final thing, say whatever you want to.
Would you like to repeat your Cash App, please?
$ Witsit gets it.
Thank you, my friend. That is something we are able to send you crypto through as well.
Oh yeah.
Indeed, yes.
That's pretty cool, man. I didn't even realize that. Very cool. Yeah. $ Witsit gets it, and then my PayPal is paypal.me/innerworld. Okay. Dude, I'm my eyes are crazy heavy, man. All right, so you guys want to go around, kind of give your whatever you want to say to wrap up the stream?
Yeah, I'll go wrap it up. I want to be the linchpin, I think. So, I mean, just on relativity quick, I remember the first time you brought it out and you started going around asking people about it. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing any of that. That seems like a lot of work. And then I saw you going against FTFE and for like 2 hours, just walk him into a logical corner where he had to be like, I don't know why you're wrong, but you're wrong, right? And I was like, crap, I got to learn everything about relativity. And then I met Alan, and now I see that it's actually the only way to get through to this model. You have to go through these steps, and that's the prerequisite because that leads up to the ultimate demolition and destruction of the model. So I know, but everyone should probably know everything that we went over today. That's why he keeps repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. It's vital. Anyway, thanks, Witsit, for doing that. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to the panel.
Yeah, man, and shout out to Shane, bro. If you don't know who that is, man, Shane's been crushing. He's just created a really dope video. We were all missing him for a minute, and now he's back in action. Thank you for also supporting the channel, brother. And yeah, you're always welcome here, and you guys go show him some love. Anti-disinformation on every platform but YouTube. Now, like free speech platforms, you can find Shane. And you can also find him in places like here in Ether Cosmology, and he has another place. I don't know if he wants me to say it, but so yeah, shout out to Shane, man. Core part of the group, man. So shout out to you. All right, who else we got? Who else wants to go next?
Well, yo, tomorrow night we're gonna be reading over at Ether Cosmology. We're gonna be reading from Ruyang Wang, and like we didn't even touch on what he did. Like you didn't even touch on what he did in 2004 yet. That's another whole thing, like another whole wrench into their house of cards that they keep, having to rebuild. But tomorrow night we're gonna be reading a paper from him and Ron Hatch called "Conducting a Crucial Experiment of the Constancy of the Speed of Light Using GPS." That'll be at around 9 p.m. Eastern or so. And then next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, Ether Cosmology over on Rumble, Kick, and Twitter, I'm going to be doing a presentation going through a summary of all of Wang's papers and his patent, which all play off this topic a lot. And just to put it really short, he unequivocally, he knew from GPS that there was a one-way preferred directionality, or that there was an anisotropy essentially on the Earth of the preferred, quote unquote directionality of the, speed of light, they would say. And so he used that reasoning to then do a simple experiment using like a fiber optic gyro type of setup, but instead of having it all be in a rotational vector, he added in linear vectors. And so he unequivocally showed that linear motion actually shows up with that's it.
We did.
Oh. But yeah, so Sagnac effect was linearized, and we're going to talk about that next Tuesday if anyone's interested. Either
Awesome.
roundtable, either Cosmology roundtable.
Sorry about that, man. I think they could still hear you. But my whole Discord just like closed for some reason. I have no idea what happened. But
Gotcha.
yeah, sorry about that. It's terrible timing. I literally just tried to switch my screen, my Windows, and my whole Discord crashed. So yeah, you want to call out your handles?
Yeah, so at Ether Cosmology over on YouTube and X and Rumble, and then at Toby Earth if you want to follow me specifically over on also Rumble, or not really on Rumble that much yet, but YouTube, X, and yeah.
Nice. Okay, very cool. Thank you for jumping on, man. And yeah, like he said, we didn't even get into like the whole weighing aspect of it and the linear detection of linear motion. Because it's like you got to almost walk it all through the steps and redundantly break through like the freaking propaganda. It's so heavy, but that's the next
you're
part.
not going to be able to. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to truly put this to bed. You know that.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
we're
But
always
like,
going to have to talk about this.
yeah, no, it's crazy. But like, at least getting to where you understand, oh man, they had to change all of physics. They had to get rid of Newton. They had to introduce Einstein. Say that the Earth is going in a straight path, free falling in a linear path, to explain why we didn't detect it. And then it still doesn't work, and it's been disproven because we are still getting a fringe shift. Fully wrapping your mind right there, it actually ends right there. But this is like the cherry on top, where their excuse was that we didn't detect the Earth's orbit because it's moving in a linear path, right? But turns out you can detect linear velocity. And so that's a whole nother problem for even their ad hoc excuse of why they couldn't detect the Earth's orbit, and their ad hoc excuse of the fact that we keep getting a fringe shift just being instrumental error that they can't explain. It's consistent and reoccurring based on specific variables, which is the opposite of randomized instrumental error. Even systematic instrumental error can't be correlative to all the specific variables in a reoccurring fashion. Even with that, if you were to grant that, I don't know why you would ever do such a thing, then it still doesn't work because the linear motion can be detected, and specifically relativity cannot explain that, and they end up having to invoke absolute space, which is the opposite of what relativity claims. So yeah, anyway, if you guys are interested in learning about that, I strongly encourage it because it's just like the haymaker on the tail end of the rest of what we're discussing. Check them out over at Ether Cosmology. They're going to go through the papers and then check his streams out. So thank you for jumping on, brother, and persevering through the stream. I know it was kind of a long, redundant one. All right, anyone else on the panel want to say something? Who's next?
Yeah, you can. Well, first, thanks for having me on, man. Appreciate it. It's always awesome to come on and go over the history of interferometry and all this. It's one of the most fascinating subjects to me, and it's like one of the most pure natural sciences that we have. Right, like when you're dealing with wavelengths of light, different spectrums of light, it's all coming from the same source, like electromagnetic radiation. So it's one of the most natural, repeatable sciences that we have. So understanding these motions, these velocities, these measurements, and the implications will definitely help progress things, because there's no way to interpret it for the globe. I mean, they're straight up telling you in the papers, don't look at the actual measurement, look at what we're telling you about how it fits the globe. I mean, it's all pretty straightforward, in that regard, once you get a grip on it. So don't get discouraged. It is, if you don't understand it right away, it takes a long time to understand these things. It's complicated for a reason, but put in the work to understand it, and it becomes a powerful weapon. So, and you can find out more about that following the Ether Cosmology timeline for the stream schedule. So Tuesday and Thursday, you can catch me live. I relay the streams as well on my channel, space_audits on YouTube and all other platforms. And then on Friday, we'll be doing Flat Earth Fridays with the level heads.
Nice, yeah. Over on X, Flat Earth Fridays, and that's Alan from Space Audits on all those platforms. We'll definitely go support him too, because it's a pretty core group of people that's kind of at the forefront of really like sinking their teeth into some of what some people may consider monotonous or mundane, maybe more so like draining and energy requiring or whatever. But yeah, so go support those guys for sure, man. And shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for jumping on and always helping create a nice panel. Anyone else that's up on the stage have anything you want to say before we get out here? Okay, someone asked, do you have a link to... Oh, I think New Perspective dropped it, but no, maybe he didn't. I dropped a link to the debate I had on TikTok last night because someone asked. It's in the YouTube chat. And watch at your own whatever it's called. All right, cool. Well, thank you guys for coming on, man, and I will catch up with you guys next week for episode 28 of Schooling Globers. And I think that's about it. So I'm going to pop over and talk to the stream, and then I'll come over into Discord back over here with you guys in just a second. If you want to join the Discord or even be a part of the after show, though I know it's pretty late, but I mean, I guess it's not even quite midnight on the West Coast, so maybe some of you guys are still rocking out. You go to the link in the description. That's Earth Awakenings on Discord. That link will take you to this specific room, but we'll still be able to pull you back in, I think. And also go check them out and follow them on Rumble, Earth Awakenings on Rumble. Show them some love. And also check out Ether Cosmology for tomorrow night's reading. Cool. So I'll catch up with you guys in the Discord in just a second. I'll be right back. And let me come over here. Okay. Much love, everybody, man. My eyes are like super heavy. I'm pretty tired. I'm not going to lie. Sitting in front of the screen gets me. But yeah, shout out to Earth Awakenings, man. Much love. I think it's a cool vibe. We'll get better at the format and everything over time. But hopefully you guys enjoyed. You should keep better control of your moderators. I don't know what they did, but I will say I try not to really overly censor, bro. Like even just say this to the mods. I don't know what happened, but even if they're kind of like talking bad about me or whatever, like I don't care, right? As long as they're not spamming like crazy depravity and like tons of cuss words and stuff like that, I don't really care too much. I don't like to really censor. If they're a globe earther, I don't like to really censor. I want it to be free speech unless it's just absolutely insane and someone's like spamming and just clearly being extra, like the anti-flat earth that comes in here strictly with the purpose of trying to like do everything he can to like mess up the stream. But they are hateful towards anyone who does not agree with them, insults and name calling. I would have to actually see what's happening, because what typically happens is people claim that they're a victim of the mods, and then I look into it and it turns out that they were like the ones that were kind of being extra. I don't know. Anyway, I told my mods what I told them, man. All right. I got you very lenient here. Nice, man. Shout out to my boy Justin Johnson, man. All right. Anyone that ends up signing up to be a miswit, anyone that donates on Ko-fi or Cash App or PayPal, that's paypal.me/innerworld. That's $WitsitGetsIt on Cash App, and that's kofi.com/Witsit, ko-fi.com/Witsit. I will read all of that off during the next stream. I'm not going to leave you guys hanging. And we'll be launching the Miswits community soon. I'm going to have to figure out how to kind of transition a bunch of people over to the community. But yeah, anyway, it's going to be cool. And then you guys will get some exclusive perks and stuff if you guys were the legends that signed up before we officially launched the community. I know I told you guys that a few times, but there's that. All right, cool. That's about it. Also, we have the life reset thing going on. You should definitely check it out. We're going to end up having another fast and then this month, and then maybe like a gallbladder cleanse. So if you really want to kind of prioritize health and like detoxing and resetting your body and stuff, you should check that out. And that's about it. All right, I'm tired. I love you guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I know that it was like quite a bit, somewhat information heavy, but I feel like if people actually understand the logic of all that, you have to make very specific, important concessions that are going to propel the conversation forward. Some people think that this is a little bit nerdy, and can't you just see that the Earth's not curving? And like, I get that, but we're actually going to figure out what's really going on. And this is the major way that they lied to everyone, and then they got all these people with their like, it's the bending and warping of your mind, where nothing makes sense. Everything is just incredible magic, wizardry, whatever is needed for the heliocentric model, and it's important to really expose it and understand what's going on. So hopefully it was edifying for you guys. Keep up the great work. Also, thank you so much. Thank you guys to everyone that supported the channel. And seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So who cares what other people think? Just keep researching, keep looking for the truth. Just acknowledge, just apply pattern recognition and recognize that when it comes to this information that's supposedly so sewn up and so open and closed, for some reason it's consistently misrepresented with tons of lies and manipulation and subversion and omissions and oppression and suppression. It's like, that's not really adding up, right? Well, it's because the Earth is a stationary topographical plane. We're in the center. It's enclosed. That they lied about all this other nonsense to make you feel insignificant, to potentially hide land, whatever it is, because they're scared of the Creator and want to convince themselves that the Earth isn't what it provably is, right? right? That it means it's not moving, which means it's in the center of everything. But that's just the facts. It is what it is. And we're just here to tell you the truth. Don't shoot the messenger, but don't worry about what other people say, because weak people always attack the stronger people. And that's actually a sign that you're doing something right, for they attacked all the prophets before you, right? So keep on looking for the truth and speak up when you find it. And what's popular is rarely true, and what's true is rarely popular. I'll catch up with you guys for the next stream. Peace.
Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get a grade. We're schooling globers till they all awake. Schooling globers with diplomas and a chip on the shoulder. Debate is over, mind is sober, solar system disclosure. Can't go back once you heard the facts. We make a pact, never take the backs. Schooling ballers and the followers that give them the dollars. They try to holler in the chat that you're a fraud, not a scholar. They hating y'all, that's why they attack. The earth is flat no matter how much they laugh. Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get a grade. We're schooling globers till they all awake.